Next. Here we go. So our main sponsor, as you know, Google. We are Google developer groups, and again, these are our main sponsor.
They keep us going year round.
That's right. Of course. Now let's do another round of applause for the new sponsor. We couldn't have done it without them. Thank you so much, Kathy, Sean, all of you guys. Red Hat folks in there, please give them, a round of applause to these folks. We couldn't have done it without them. So thank you so much.
Right, Jaho is right in Chinatown on Washington, and second in the South End on Washington, and another in Back Bay at Copley Square. Great coffee, great food, great place to visit. Aware has our backs and is helping to pay for Jaho and Postmates. We're going to share with our virtual audience. We don't want to have a lot of food delivered here. We're going to have a caterer bring our lunch, but at the end of the day, we'll give you a Postmates code that's good for today.
Yeah, $25 meal voucher. Everybody's going to get it for free. So everybody's going to get a $25 voucher code at the end of the session, so you can. Thank you to Postmates. Yeah, that's what we were talking about.
Swag, yes. Cloud Institute. Norbert.
Yeah, let me say a word about Cloud Institute. They're a new sponsor for GDG Cloud Boston. They provide training. Do you want me to go at length now, or is there?
Do you want to? Let's keep
it
brief.
Right.
We'll say more about it later. But they're a good training outfit. And
at the end of the day, I think we have some door prizes, and we'll do a little bit of a raffle, the Wheel of Names.
Yeah.
If you haven't been to an in-person event before, you may not know the Wheel of Names, but you will grow to love the Wheel of Names.
So we'll do more on this later when we do the video.
When we do this swag session, sure. Yeah. So the long sleeve t-shirts without the sponsor logos are our volunteer team. Maybe we can introduce the volunteers, the other volunteers who are here, the Red Hat people and the GDG organizers. So you got me, Robin, and Norbert, right? Maybe we'll go around. Just say hi. This is one of our newest volunteers. He found me on Twitter. Hola. And Harsh is GDSC organizer, right? Tell me about yourself, Harsh.
Hey, I'm Harsh. I'm with the GDG Boston University, and I'm into the web, and happy to help here.
And Harry is a long member of our team. He's really helping out with the AV, I think.
Just make sure
issue. And I'm glad you're here. Welcome, welcome. Joe. Joe is behind the camera. Yeah, for this room, there's 2 rooms. In the back. Some of you probably already know Lucas pretty well, and I'd like to introduce a couple of folks from Red Hat. The camera's over here.
We're going to play the video as well?
Yeah, can we do that next?
If possible.
We're trying to go in order.
Yeah.
So this is
Dan.
Mm-hmm.
Jim's on the front desk, and you probably met Kathy coming in. So thank you guys. Welcome. We are absolutely thrilled to be here. We're thrilled to talk. If anybody wants to be interested in marketing stuff, we're all around to talk about the great things that Red Hat and Google are doing together, but more importantly, what we can do to support the developers that are the most important thing in the entire engineering universe. So.
Thank you.
Video? No?
I'm local to Boston. Actually, I know Norbert. This all started with a conversation at Thanksgiving. I just visited Google in New York the week before, and I said, "Oh, well, if you're having an event, maybe we can host it." So anyway, here we are. Thank you for joining.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Yeah. So
Roll the
should
video
be
now?
fairly straightforward to find your way around the bathrooms. We do have a code of conduct,
Yes.
and it's not that complicated. Just be excellent to one another, please. And if you find somebody's not being 100% excellent, you find a long sleeve shirt and you tell us about it, and we'll see if we can sort it out.
Great, yes. So we will explain what the event structure is. So next slide, please. So we have 2 tracks. So if you are more of an Android person, you love mobile development and all of that, you can join the Android track, which will be on the glass room. We will direct you. Is right down this hall. You will find it. It has glass door. That's where the whole Android track will be. And if you are more into the cloud ML AI, you can join the cloud ML track, which is here in this big conference room. So all the cloud and ML AI sessions will be held in this room. So that is the setup. And here is like a rough agenda on what we have. You can also scan all over the place. You will see like a sheet that says agenda. You can scan it. It's the same page as the event, but you will have full agenda in there. You can build your own agenda. And then you know what things are going on in which room at which times. So that way you can see the amazing speakers and talks that we have throughout the day. So you can just scan the QR code available, and you have the agenda available to you. Either track you can join. So you can take advantage of it now. You can scan the QR code. It's also plastered all over the place, so you can get the agenda. Correct. Perfect. So we have so many great talks in store for you. Next slide, please. And we're going to start just brief introduction on the speakers. When you hear your name, stand up real quick and wait for the audience. So the Android track, we have our very own Sagar with profiling Android apps. Here we go. Thank you so much. You're going to have a blast with his talk. It's amazing. Next one, Madona with advantages of espresso test automation.
You got to test. You got to test.
Make sure to join her talk. That's amazing. She came all the way from New York. Hey, you got to take advantage of that. We're going to have an amazing community Ask Me Anything panel. It's going to be composed of all your Google developer groups and other product areas, GDEs, GDGs, women tech makers, GDSCs, and you can ask us anything. So you can ask the community. This is kind of like getting in touch with the community, and you want to ask your questions. That's the right time. And last but not least, the Android track was doing Android Studio Electric Eel with Sweety. Is Sweety here?
No, Sweety is going to be virtual, and her
Perfect.
colleague Kyle will be doing it as a co-presenter.
Perfect. It's an amazing talk. Don't miss it. Make sure to put it in your agenda, and you won't miss it. Okay, next, the whole cloud ML track. So we have something. We have Aviv back there. Firebase Cloud Functions version 2. Amazing. I love Firebase. I'm going to be in that talk for sure. Next one. Dr. Terry Riopka. Dr. Terry?
From Aware.
From Aware?
Yeah, that sounds a little bit like mobile. Are you sure that's supposed to be on the cloud track?
Yeah.
It's a cloud talk. Okay.
ML. Next one, Mikaeri. Is she here yet?
Don't think she's here.
Not yet. That's okay.
All the way from Sao Paulo, is it? Brazil?
Yeah.
We have international speakers, guys. You guys are in for a treat. This never happened before. So awesome. There you go. And we have Imre. There we go. Kubernetes people. Docker, Kubernetes. That's your guy back there. Awesome. Next one. And yes.
We got. I hope everybody got some banana bread. It was really good. And lunch will be coming from Jaho. We got a movie. Where's our movie? Yeah. Movie? Oh, okay. We're gonna connect to an online. He is coming in from a long distance, I think.
Yeah, he's our amazing program manager for Google Developer Programs, GDG, GDE. He's such an amazing influence in the community, and that's why we wanted to be honored with his presence virtually, so he can honor us with a keynote. So if we have him on deck, let's give him a...
We have the Red Hat video too.
Oh, well, we can play the Red Hat video while he gets ready.
We have a movie and...
Joe has it. Again, thank you for bearing with us, coming in person after so long. It's a little, we're trying to get our bearings, but yeah, I just want to say thank you. But yeah, start scanning the agenda, start setting up your agenda, whether you're Android, cloud, you can mix it up. So start doing that. And we are going to play the Red Hat video in 3, 2, 1, go. Not because you guys are here. I love Red Hat. I love Red Hat. And to honor the fact that you guys allowed us to use your space, that's the reason why we have the t-shirts on red. So thank you again. So you got to thank these guys. Great. So
now, without further ado.
Yes.
Hi, can you hear me?
He has to have sound too, I'm just saying.
Can you hear me? Can everyone hear me? Okay. Hello? Can you hear me? Hi. Okay, I can't hear anyone. So if you can hear me, just like maybe thumbs up or something. All right. You can hear me. Okay, cool. Is my presentation full screen or is it sort of like minimized as well? Can you see my full screen presentation? Full screen, awesome. Okay, that's great. I do hope that people who are kind of like on the live stream or who are joining virtually can hear me, because I can't hear you, but I definitely can hear myself. I'll go ahead and depends on how much time I have, I'll just step through what I have to talk about. So first of all, thank you for hosting this event. Thank you for having me. My name is Anyedi Dobong. As Roman has kind of like introduced me, talked about being an awesome program manager. Well, we'll find out. I'd like to talk a little bit about sustainable developer communities with GDG, just as part of today's event. And while I go through this, I will, generally just want to have a chat with everyone who's attending this event, either in person or joining online. A few things I would just want to touch as kind of like, why GDG? Why do we have these groups in the first place? What's the vision behind this? Then I'll share a personal story. Some of this personal story has to do with, other people who have been part of the program, who currently, have seen some growth or opportunity from the communities that, Google or the GDG program provides. And then a little bit around my opinion, if I have enough time, I'll speak about my opinion about just, how can you sort of step up or supercharge your tech career? And this may be everything from starting or getting into tech for the first time, or maybe if you are in tech and you're thinking of probably changing careers or picking up a new technology. I think this would be very useful. It's kind of like the letter I probably would wish I could have, written to my younger self, or kind of information I wish I knew 10, 20, 30 years ago when I started my career. I hope that doesn't really date how old I am, but yeah, I'd just like to share a little bit of that. It's going to be like nuggets of philosophy, and I do hope I get there before the end of today. So where does the GDG sit in all of the things we do? So I work on a team called Global Developer Programs, which is part of, Google Developer Relation, or Google Developers as we kind of known. And the GDG program is one of the 4 programs that I would say is crucial to our community outreach, community work, where we sort of target and talk to people in specific demographics. These could be people who are starting out with technology, looking for a job in technology, early career professionals. And we kind of have this GDG program that has been for 11, 12 years that has addressed people in local communities, creating an experience that sometimes you only find in very big cities, very big countries. Sometimes it's just only in Europe and North America. Just for context, I'm originally from Nigeria. I moved to the Bay Area about 5 months ago. And conferences like, Google I/O, Microsoft Ignite, KubeCon, PyCon, not all these conferences are available. I mean, in America and in some cities, maybe Boston, maybe New York, maybe San Francisco, these groups and these meetups are generally available, but they're not everywhere. With the GDG program spread over thousands of communities all over the world, we're able to sort of recreate small meetups and oftentimes really large conferences in cities all over the world, giving people an opportunity to learn, to connect, to join, and be part of this tech ecosystem development. But also there's the GDSC program, which has sort of evolved from the GDG, which is more focused on students running campuses. We have a GDE program. Roman is a GDE. There are a couple of other GDEs in the room there. Google developer experts are people who are just naturally and sometimes unexplainably committed to the community. They do have a very high technical ability. So they would probably be, if they wanted to be, a senior software engineer at Google or anywhere, or an engineering manager or the city of a company. The sort of technical leaders in one of the product areas, technology fields that, Google is very passionate about, or Google has expertise in. This could be Android, web, cloud, Flutter, machine learning. So they have these 2 things where strong community outreach, strong technical expertise, and they're always there sharing. And then we do have our umbrella program, which is the Women Tech Makers program, really focused, and it's not just about women, it's about, diversity, underrepresented groups. But then it's looking at a diversity lens and creating opportunity, providing resources for people to get into technology. So all these programs are volunteer-run programs. Oftentimes when I'm in the room or when I'm speaking, and I wish I was in the room physically with you guys, but it just, didn't happen. I'm probably the one who's being paid for doing DevRel or community work. Everybody else is a volunteer. So people give up their time, and it's all about a passion. It's about their commitment. And what they're trying to do with these various programs that address specific segments is enable you grow, learn, build, how to do something. So it's all about passion, commitment, and growth with a little bit of segmentation, so that when you're targeting your message or your narrative, we're sort of able to tailor it specifically to people in the room. And everyone's welcome. You may be just beginning, you may have a lot of expertise, and you can actually plug in. So if you've got 30 years experience in technology, if you were there when they were coding with punch cards, You may be a speaker at a GDG or a GDS event, inspiring people, letting them know what it really is like to have a job in technology. You may be everyone together after how many years of post-pandemic or pandemic life, and brought everyone to Sunnyvale. We were roughly, I think, about 300 people in the room. We had GDEs, we had women tech makers, we had GDSs, all coming from different parts of the US and Canada to share and to connect on their passion of providing these opportunities, putting together these events and meetups. And it's usually energetic. Sometimes it feels like maybe a benefit or an incentive to come. But the people who really run these communities, it's not really about, we don't pay them, even if we fly you over to the Googleplex or anywhere. Yeah, that's just a trip, right? It may be funded, it may be, fully, partially reimbursed, but it's not enough. This is just people coming here, talking about technology, connecting their passion, and actually building networks that they could use to strengthen their communities, professional growth, and create opportunities for others. So this was very energizing for me. It was the first time I got to meet some of the people that are there in the room. It was my first event in North America as a regional lead, driving the GDG and the GDE program. And I think the energy in the room is some of that. It's still that passion that drives us into this year and even this season that kind of feels a bit gloomy all across the tech ecosystem. So, but why does Google care about GDGs? This is pretty straightforward, and I'll share this deck. It's actually exactly a link to this deck. It's a bit.ly link, so you can actually follow, and I'll drop it in the chat very soon. But it's really about, we as a technology company, we create really good products for ourselves and allow people to build products on top of those products. It's like a platform, like when you say API. And with the GDGs, we get first-hand information and connect to people who are actually learning, using, and building this on these technologies. So we really want a lot of very first-hand feedback, not marketing geek speak. We want to let you understand. We say our team drives awareness, advocacy for Google's products. And it's a partnership. We want to hear back. We want to see how these products are being used, in Middle America, in North America, in, rural communities, in big cities. What kind of apps are what do people care about? And how do these products, platforms, APIs, how do they even perform? We can't envision everything you're going to build. And then we believe in the power of developers that you can build anything, right? If you have the right tools, if they're simple, if they're straightforward, if you have the right guidance. And when we feel that one of the best ways to support you is through communities, because the people who you live around and you connect with know you and probably even know our products, how they'll be useful to you much better than we could do wherever in the world we're based. So the vision of the GDG program is just to be the most helpful and trusted resource to learn and build on Google developer tools. There's so many resources on, and many of them are amazing, whether they are third-party products or whether they're products built, by online learning schools, Udemy, Udacity, Coursera. There's lots of roadmaps out there. There's lots of stuff you can actually learn technology from. But oftentimes that connection with someone who's close to you, you could reach out to, you could ping, you could send a message, or you could walk across the room to go and meet, or you could meet at an event, is usually very valuable. And we feel that the Google developer groups and this sort of distributed structure of local meetups and, is a way to help you learn, especially much more about Google's tools, which we know about and we discuss with the product teams, and we make that available. So you could build anything with Google, whether it's a ride-hailing app, whether it's just a game, whether it's something that uses, AI for, medicine and finance and fraud detection. There's lots of tools and products that Google has made available. And we feel that just writing documentation and tutorials is not enough. These in-person connections you get from communities could be very useful. So how are we going to do this? We need to show up for you, right? We need to be out there, be in as many cities as possible, big and small, whether it makes, sense or not. I wish I really could have flown there so that I could show you that I was showing up. I sort of wrote this deck or edited this deck with the impression that I'd be in the room with you. But we also need to get back to what we do best, which is connecting developers to each other, connecting to one another, connecting with you. And if we look at the times right now with the environment around us, 2 years of the pandemic and a slow recovery, and there's still health concerns and health scares everywhere. We've got to do this cautiously, but we have to provide the platform and a little bit of the funding or resources so that these connections can happen. And I do hope that today with this event, we are sort of facilitating that, and we would like to get feedback on what we can do more within our resources to continuously make this happen. So the GDG community is an important partner to Google. DevFest, you would see in a couple of the slides and some of the notations, DevFest 2022. It's not like it's last year. I think of it like a sports or football season where it starts in 2022 and ends in 2023, right? So DevFest usually or sometimes is built to host in the fourth quarter of the year. So the DevFest season 2022 ran officially from September 2022 up till December, but because of a lot of things, and sometimes it's even just more convenient, the weather and all that, we have these events spilling over to the next year, and that's kind of like perfect. It works for the community, it works for us. So this year, we found that our teams at Google, the cloud team, the Firebase and Florida teams, the web teams, they actually came in and designed more content, more resources, put in a lot of funding to make sure that our GDG communities who have that firsthand through our organizers, speakers, and influencers could do more and learn more about Google and know that the teams at Google are actually creating content specifically for them to understand the way maybe Firebase and Flutter work best together, or how they could use cloud as a back end for something else. So there's a lot of stuff that goes into the feedback we get, which is why it's important to give it to us, because we're able to talk to different product areas at Google, and they're able to share content, resources, and plan to provide this information, to our communities. So let's continue to DevFest to connect with each other. DevFest is an annual decentralized tech conference. It's hosted by Google, developer groups all over the world, and they do it at their convenience. We do definitely try to influence the content by providing these resources, but ultimately, people choose what they want and figure out what's best for their community and run with that. Just want to make sure I'm doing well on time. And then finally, why do we even have the GDG in the first place? So I told you I'll talk a little bit about a personal story. So there's this blog post, and once you get the slides here, you can link to it. Jennifer, who's the GDG organizer for GDG Northern Colorado, really talked about how she moved from, it's actually from teacher to developer, right? She had a life-changing community experience through the GDG, through DevFest, through going to I/O. It's continuing to provide ongoing education for her and having a positive career impact. And that's been absolutely amazing for Jennifer. And in many ways, it sort of mirrors my personal story, right? Coming from Nigeria, average middle-class family, spent a lot of time, growing up. My father was a teacher, my mother was a teacher. But then today, against all odds, first of all, at the age at which I joined Google, which was like 7 years ago, and then I led Sub-Saharan Africa communities team for roughly about 6.5 years. And today I have the opportunity of doing this in North America with definitely a lot of imposter syndrome and, not even believing that I'm here speaking. I mean, when I joined this team, I found it very, very difficult many times just to say I'm the regional lead for the GDG and GDE program, because it just didn't sound right. And we all feel this way, right? I don't know if I sound confident on this call, but definitely there's stage fright and there's all this kind of stuff. So connecting with this community and sort of figuring out which topic, which resource, which direction, which opportunity, which friendships can change your life and provide you the education that you need to really grow your career is one of the reasons why the GDG program exists. And I think my story is partly a testament to that. And there's many people in the room that can relate with you on this. I'm just going to take a very quick look at how we're doing on time. any messaging, anything. I'll look at the chats very quickly if there are any questions. Backstage, I do have, I would say, just one more section where I dive a little bit more about my personal story, and I'm adapting content from stuff I think delivered about 1.5 years ago, mostly to inspire a couple of people who are either changing careers or getting into technologies, like during the pandemic. And I'll run through this list pretty fast. Okay. Yeah, I can hear you. So no messages? Okay, cool. Okay. Cool, that's me, Anyeti, or the rest of the audience. Can I get 5 minutes? Sure. All right. I guess I'm out of time. If I could do 5 minutes, I would have, but that's fine. I know we're running behind schedule. Yeah.
Thank you, Anyeti. Thank you so much. Give it up for him. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'll get those 5 minutes next time I see you.
Yeah.
I'll get those 5 minutes.
Right.
Yes, great. Thank you for the suggestion. Okay, so let's continue with the next one. So again, remember, the cloud talks are going to remain here. So you can stick around for Aviv's talk here. Android sessions are going to go on down the hall at the glass room.
In the glass room?
Yeah.
Sagar is going to be starting. We'll take about, 10 minutes, I think. We're going to try to kick off in 12 minutes at 10:30. We're going to try to start the next session. If you need some more coffee, and if you didn't get a t-shirt, I don't know, I think we're running low on the juicy sizes, but we might have a large stuff for you.
Great.
Yeah.
Join. Is it on the event?
this room over here was the cloud room.
There you go. Hello, can folks hear me?
Yes, I
Get your audio
can hear you.
check.
Let me know when I can unshare my screen so Sagar can share his screen. Thank you. Yes, we can hear you.
How about here? Can you hear him?
Hello.
1, 2, 3, do.
Hello on the live stream. Just checking our audio here.
Yeah.
Awesome. Hello. Testing a live stream.
Can you hear? You got to speak a little louder.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, he can hear you.
Okay, I can hear.
Yeah, I got the.
Sagar, can you share the other screen with the presentation? Yeah, thank you. And don't worry for the questions. We will have a Q&A session at the end, and someone will read the questions for you if needed.
Yeah, that's a different button. There you go.
All right. Should be good now. Okay. All right, friends, welcome. My topic is profiling Android apps. Yeah, so profiling, we'll be talking more in depth about it. What is profiling? What is performance and everything. Before that, I think it's more important to know who am I? Why do I get to talk about this? Am I qualified enough to talk about this? So yeah, my name is Sagar. I also go by Sagar, Sagar. I will not hold a grudge on anyone who mispronounces my name. It's fine. I'm a staff Android engineer who works at Vivint Smart Home and has been doing Android apps for a while now, almost 9 years. I write about performance in Medium. You can find me in Medium at Sagar the Dash. I'm a performance junkie, as I like to introduce myself, dabbling around like CPU profiler, memory profiler, a little bit more on that on later. This is what our agenda looks like. We will be talking about what is profiling. We'll be showing around like what is CPU profiler in Android Studio, what is a flame chart. Yeah, that sounds interesting, I know. Memory profiler in Android Studio, and we'll wrap up with talking about memory leaks and all. Okay. Now, if you were to try out what I'm about to show, I would recommend that you need to have a system with at least 16 gigabytes of RAM. Recommended is 64 GB because using profiler tools in Android Studio is tricky. It might lead to crashes and everything. And other important thing to keep in mind is we cannot really talk about performance or profiling of an Android app without having a production ready Android app. Generally, while giving a talk, we talk about beginner level stuff. But the good thing is the good folks at Firefox team, they have open sourced their entire app. Their app is being used by 100 million users. I refer it from time to time. It is available in GitHub. You can see the link over there on the screen. The code name for the app is Phoenix. And yeah, for this talk, we would be exploring their code base and we'll be figuring out how a production mobile app looks like. How do we find out performance bottlenecks? How do we learn visually if you were like completely new to a code base? Is there a way how you can learn about what is happening behind the scenes without reading the code first? By just looking at some charts or some colorful, beautiful flame charts and stuff like that. All right. Now, as I mentioned before, we cannot talk about profiling without talking about performance first. Now, this is the mental model for performance which Google advocates for Android apps. If you were to move your Android app from the beginner stage to an intermediate or to like you are planning to advertise your app and try to gain more revenue by making more users install the app, eventually you would be focusing upon how to improve your performance of the app. Now, the entire mental model for a performance is divided into 3 pillars: inspect, improve, and monitor. And the cycle continues. For the purpose of this talk, we would be focusing upon inspect. And that is what profiling is all about. It is a process of measuring the performance of an Android app in order to identify bottlenecks. Because if you are having an app with 2 million or 5 million users and you see Play Store reviews and users would simply give a blast towards saying that the app is slow. User reviews are not helpful, in my opinion. They would simply say, this screen is slow. And how do you go about and identify all of those things in the code? So the good folks at Google have created 2 different tools in order to identify all of those performance bottlenecks in the app. And that is inbuilt inside Android Studio. So for the purpose of this talk, we would be focusing only on the CPU usage and the memory usage. And we'll be using the inbuilt CPU profiler and memory profiler, which will help us to diagnose issues such as long operation times, slow frame rates, and memory leaks and stuff like that. When I say slow frame rates, it's all about like gamers will understand frame lag. If you see like a drop in frame rate, you're playing around a game and then all of a sudden your character is at one position and the next second is like flying in the air. That's what a frame drop is, and that's a slow frame rate. All right. Before we dive into the Android Studio part, let us first understand what a CPU profiler is. It's a tool that analyzes the performance of an app by measuring the amount of CPU time spent by the different parts of your app. If you have like a massive code base, just like a Firebase, Firefox code in the mobile app, you would be having like almost 100 files and like millions of lines of codes doing the stuff to make things running smoothly. So a CPU profiler helps you to identify. Go on here.
There's a request to put it in full screen.
Oh, okay, cool. All right. Thank you. Awesome. I hope that's better. All right. So a CPU profiler ideally helps us to identify the number of method calls, the amount of time spent in each method, and the number of CPU cycles used. Now, I would be showing how to use CPU profiler in Android Studio in a while, but you can find the CPU profiler from View, Tool Windows, and followed by CPU profiler. Let's now understand what a stack trace is. I'm pretty much sure almost all of the attendees over here are familiar with this term, what a stack trace is, but for the love of technology and for the love of our understanding fundamentals and basics, a stack trace is actually kind of like a building block which shows a sequence of method calls. For simplicity, let's consider you have methods named as F1 and then it calls F2 followed by F3. That is what a stack trace will provide a visual representation of your entire code, right? So you do not have to go through all of the lines of code to figure out which method is calling the next one and so on. Now, an extrapolation of the stack trace is called a flame chart. It's aptly named because it provides a visualization technique which shows, I would say, a hierarchical structure of a program's execution over time. And since it deals with CPU run hot, you would find tons of memes on the internet which shows like if you run your cell phone or laptop for a while, you can make omelet on top of it. So that's why the color schemes and everything. There are 3 color schemes when we talk about flame charts in CPU profiler. There's yellow, there's orange, and red. Yellow means it's less hot, medium means medium hot, and more hot. So what does hot mean? It means like the amount of time spent by CPU in executing your code. You may build a fancy Android app which is using all the ML libraries to do face recognition and everything, but ultimately if it is going to utilize a lot of CPU time, it is going to affect the battery usage of the app, and that will not be ideal for the users in the long term. Now, intuition might say that we need to focus on the red parts when we see a flame chart, but that's not the case because at the end of the day, it all comes down to how much time a particular operation is being taken by executing a code. So ideally, when we are visualizing a flame chart, our focus should be optimizing the longest block. Now, the colors displays the intensity, how busy the CPU is, and the length of a block signifies how much time the CPU is taking in order to execute a particular operation. All right, now that was all the theory part of CPU profiler. Now let's get to the fun part. And let's see how all of these things look in Android Studio. Now I have already set up the Firefox open source code base in my Android Studio. As I have recommended earlier, you need to have at least 16 gigabytes of RAM. 64 gigs is a big plus if you want to try it out yourself. But let's go ahead and see how a CPU profiler looks like. Now, there are 2 ways how you can launch a CPU profiler for your app. Number one is you can simply launch your app, and I have connected my device over here, and it is being mirrored on the Android Studio screen. But there are 2 options how you can run a CPU profiler. Number one being you go to the profiler option, which is at the bottom of the menu. And then you click on that, and then you see a plus option, or if your app is already running, you see the profiler comes into action automatically without me doing anything. So you see the Android profiler being divided into 3 different components: CPU, memory, and energy. For the purpose of this talk, we would be talking about CPU and memory. I feel like if we identify all the performance bottlenecks in using CPU or memory profiler, it would eventually be helping us in identifying issues with energy profiler as well. We do not need to delve specifically into energy profiler for now. Now, the second method of launching a profiler, which is the recommended way, is how would you profile the amount of time that is being taken by your app from startup? Now, there is a caveat if you launch your profiler over here, because when you launch your app in the emulator, and then you take some time coming over here on the profiler window and then attaching it, you miss out on that window of time which is actually being spent by the app for startup time. And that will not serve us any good. Like, we are interested in finding out what is going on when the app starts up. So the second method of launching a CPU profiler would be go ahead to run, and you would see edit configurations. And then you will see multiple options over here, general, debugger, profiling. We'll be going to profiling, and we will be enabling this checkbox, start this recording on startup. We select CPU activity, and from the drop-down, we would be selecting Java Kotlin sample legacy. There are multiple options, system trace, call stack. A system trace would actually help you identifying how your Android app interacts with your Android operating system in general. But for the purpose of this talk, we are more interested to find out what is going on in this app itself and not how the app is interacting with the operating system. So we'll be selecting Java and Kotlin with that sample. And let's save this configuration. Let me go ahead and stop the existing profiler so that we don't get confused. Let me delete all of these things. And now what I'm going to do, I'm going to run, and I'm going to click on profile. It's going to ask the app option, and then I select app. Now what it is going to do, it is going to relaunch the app. And let's see, in the profiler, there should be another profiler coming up, a running profiler. If it doesn't, then we click on the plus button over here and select the process which is running. So let's go ahead and do that. Yeah. So over here, you can see the app has already started the Java Kotlin method sample legacy stack trace. Now I'm going ahead and clicking on stop. Okay. This might be overwhelming, but if you know how to navigate around this entire chart, your life is going to be really easy when you are trying to navigate around like massive code base. Now, all of us know our app ideally executes on multiple threads, depending upon what you are trying to launch. We have like launcher thread, and depending upon your third-party libraries, if you are trying to load images from Glide and retrofed, all of those would be having different threads. But for the purpose of performance, we are always interested. Our goal as an Android developer would always be to focus upon to reduce the amount of time that is being thread of the app. Now, by default, when I clicked on stop on the CPU profiler, you see the entire CPU usage is being highlighted. Ideally, people use like a secondary bigger display to zoom in and zoom out the entire CPU stack trace. But we're gonna see how to take it like a smaller section of the graph at a time. So on the right hand, the entire analysis, how much I spent from the startup till the point when I clicked on stop on profiler. You see the duration is 32 seconds, and there's the flame chart. Now this looks chaotic for now because a lot of things is being captured over here. So my recommendation is we always start small. By that, I mean, reduce this window size over here on the top. You see the CPU usage, go ahead and reduce it. And then that you get to see like when move along the window to like different sections of the graph, you would be seeing meaningful information starting to come up over here. Let's see what we can find from here. Okay. that even further. Okay. Let's see. So to start navigating a code base for the first time in your life, like for this Firefox app, your first step would be to identify where does the operation start from. Now, if you would be knowing this, like how to identify a main activity of the app, but I'm going to show this for the purpose of like completeness. So we open the manifest file and we search for the main and let's look for this. Yeah. So whichever activity has inside the intent field category launcher, that would be our main activity. In the sense like this is where all of you and the name for activity. So now we have discovered what is the name of our main activity. Let's see if we can find that information in our CPU flame chart and see if we can use that for visual learning. Let's see. Let me see if I can reduce it a little bit more. And then over here, if you see, if I'm hovering over here, you can home activity.onCreate. Now, almost all of the attendees in the sessions definitely know that an activity has like different lifecycle methods associated to it, on create, on start, and all of those things. If I over here and come up to the analysis section over here, you see that particular method being highlighted. And let's move on, and you can see like different details. Is more of like, yeah, something related to like CPU execution cycles and etc. But I'm more interested in finding out the flame chart. So let me see if I can increase it over here, and let me see if I can zoom it. Now, as I was explaining earlier, a CPU chart has like three colors, like yellow, orange, and red. The red one signifies what are the CPU intense operations, and the length of a block signifies the amount of time that is being spent on executing a particular method. So if I were to find, if I were to tell you like what all stuff is going on in the code without looking any of the lines of code, this chart over here is my friend. I can see like the onCreate method over here calls like subsequent methods, inflate method, and then create view. Furthermore, up on the line, we have like setting up the navigation controllers and stuff like that. Similarly, we can find out more information on start method as well. And then zoom on to those individual methods to find out what all is going on that. So this actually provides us those visual means to find out how does the execution of the code looks in the background. Now this gets really interesting if you were to find out what happens before your main activity is being launched. Because right from the time when you click on your app icon in your device, and then home activity is launched, there is a certain window of time where the app does all of its pre-setup, right? So people who are like seasoned developers in the Android world, they know that we have something called as an application, which ideally launches before your main activity in the app, and then does all of the setup for your app. So if I were to find out information for the application class in the flame chart, let's see how we can do that. Let me come up to the trace window. I can find, yeah, Phoenix application.onCreate, and let's go to the flame chart. Okay. And this is where you get to see what sort of individual operations is being created by your app before the user sees the first screen. You see the application class is setting up the leak canary, which is like identifying memory leaks. It initializes Glean, which is Mozilla Firefox own performance measurement library. And then we have like restore downloads. And so yeah, this is how, like, being a seasoned developer, you should be curious about like how does all of these individual components of a given method are interacting with each other. And yeah, for example, like I'm curious about like why does the app need to spend some time restoring downloads? And there is a quick way how I can navigate to a particular method directly from the flame chart. Is click on the relevant block in the flame chart, double click it, and then you'll see jump to source. And it takes me to that exact method where this is being called. And this is like really useful to navigate around in the code base. Like you do not have to, if you are a first timer in code base, you do not have to spend time figuring out, oh, method 1 is being called after method 2, method 3 is being called after method 4. Flame chart does all of this visual representation of that information for you. So you can go to restore downloads and dig in further, how much time is being spent in what sort of operations, and do your optimizations in the app accordingly. Any questions till now?
Okay.
Cool. All right. Yeah, so let's see if I can show you one remaining thing in the CPU profiler. Oh, there used to be a jank frames.
Jank, really?
Yeah, UI janks. It's actually a relevantly like a recently introduced feature in Android Studio. Let me see why it did not show up. It should be showing up like the frame rates or the drop in the frame rates. Yeah. Let's see. Let me relaunch it. Okay. Now this time, let me. Oh, and one more thing which I forgot to tell, like you can export your recorded your recorded trace file. Yeah, you should be able to export your recorded trace file and then saving it and sharing it with your team members, which is definitely convenient, because using CPU profiler or memory profiler in Android Studio takes up a lot of resources, and it becomes easier down the line. Yeah, so before moving ahead to the memory profiler, let me quickly check if I can show you guys the UI janks which I'm talking about. So for that, this is executing. This is a new session for profiler. Now, let me go to CPU. This is being there. And if I were to, let me search in Google. Yeah, I'm just typing in hello in the app. And it does a simple Google search. Oh, there's no internet connection.
Just go right into your apps.
Broadcast here. Okay. Let's search for Phoenix. There we go. Okay. I might have to redo it because I did not click on record. So I'm going ahead and click on record over here.
It's funny how Ella brings up
Yeah.
Adele's song.
There you
How
go.
about saying hi?
All right, let me go ahead and this. Oh, I still don't see the Jank section. All right, third time's the charm. Okay, let's go to CPU. And this time around, let me go ahead and select system trace in the Kotlin method sample. And I'm clicking on record. And I'll be doing hello. Let's see. There we go. The janky frames. The name is funny. I know. Every single time someone heard for the first time, like Google decided to call them as janky frames, they have had a laugh. Like, really? Janks? Okay. Yeah. So a janky frame is the technical term which we describe a frame drop or slow frame rates in an app. So for example, people who manage apps in Play of like how ANRs get recorded, and most of the time ANR or Android not responding, as we call them, happens due to like janky frames or like slow frame rates. Now that happens for multiple reasons. It could be like you are doing a lot of stuff in your main thread, which is causing your app to behave sluggish. So the idea of analyzing janky frames is the same. You reduce your CPU usage window to like a smaller size where it becomes manageable to dig in deep into it. And then when you click on it, it will be showing you the details of that frame. So you can go ahead to flame chart, and then it will be giving you all of the necessary methods which are over there. And then you can go on to that exact phase where this jank is being discovered. Okay. Let's see. Okay, now let's move along to the second portion of this talk, that is memory. As I was telling before, like focusing on CPU and memory, like these two are the most important pillars in any system's app development, be it Android, iOS, or any other systems app. If you were to focus on improving the performance of your app alongside of these two areas, it will automatically take care of improving battery usage for your app, or like making efficient network calls and all of those things. So as its CPU counterpart, a memory profiler is also a tool which analyzes the performance bottlenecks in your app related to, as the name suggests, definitely the memory usage or the amount of RAM that your app is consuming. It provides information about the number of objects which your app is using or your code is using, the amount of memory consumed by those, and the number of garbage collection events. For the fun of it, I love delving into basics. For those of you who are still confused by the term GC or garbage collection, it means like whenever your code has completed execution and the operating system does not require your code, there's a in simple words we can call it like purge operation. They get removed to the trash, and then that amount of memory which has been purged gets reused by your next screen or your next piece of code. Now, using a memory profiler can be used to identify memory leaks, reducing the likelihood of crashes during out of memory errors. We're gonna be talking about out of memory errors in a while, and overall improve the performance of the app. Like we discovered CPU profiler in Android Studio, we follow the same pattern. Go to View, Tool Windows, and Memory. Okay, now let's understand what an app heap is. Now, your app, like which irrespective of the lines of code which you have written or the number of files you have, it always has a dedicated and hard limited pool of memory, and your app cannot exceed than that. And that's called the heap size. Now, the exact heap size limit varies between devices depending upon how much RAM you have. These days, even though Android devices have like, I would say 12 GB of RAM or whatnot, but only a limited amount of memory is allocated to an app. Typically, it would be like 32, 64 MB of RAM and everything. And that's how the entire app's lifecycle keeps on purging and repurging those memory objects and making sure your app is performing in an ideal state and everything. That is taken care by the operating system. But sometimes if your code is not optimized, there would be an out of memory error, meaning when the garbage collection event is trying to purge your code, trying to remove certain objects, and they are being clingy, they're refusing to go away from your code, then that is where an out of memory error occurs. The operating system keeps on piling more memory to it. If your app has already occupied 64 MB of the rest of the dedicated app heap limit, and you're trying to add, let's say, 2 MB more, there would be an out of memory error, and there is no going out of it. Yeah, and that's what, like, memory leak is like it's a term associated with out of memory error. A memory leak is a type of a software bug which causes your app to fail while releasing memory when it no longer needs. As I said before, like when the garbage collector purge the allocated memory to your app, and then ultimately it leads to poor performance, or causes eventually your app to crash. Let's see how using memory profilers look like in Android Studio. I'll be using the Firefox app again, and let's see. Let me close this tab. Let me relaunch it. Now we go to Profiler. We stop all of the existing sessions so as not to get confused. I click on the plus button over here, and then I click on the process. And this time, let's click on memory instead of CPU. Now, immediately you would be seeing the entire memory graph to be divided into separate sections: Java, native, graphics, stack, code, others, and stuff like that. Now, we are definitely interested in finding out how our app deals with memory when it comes to the broader operating system. When they say native over here, it means like stuff that is written in C or C++, and it is mostly like dealing with the lower level operating system stuff. If your app deals with like accessing Bluetooth or camera and stuff like that, all of those memory allocations go to the native stuff. If I were to, so we learned about like what an app heap is. So if we were to find out how our app heap for a particular app looks like, so I'm gonna click, The thumb rule is you start doing all of the operations which you expect to do on your day-to-day basis for your app. So over here, let me go ahead and play around with the Firefox app a bit. I'm going to open settings. Let's see. And I'm going to do some pretty random operations here. Let me see what are the add-ons. Let me go back and let me search for hello world this time instead of just hello. There you go. Now, if I were to see how much memory was consumed by the app over this entire course of time, and you can see the graph is already started to change over here. I click on capture heap dump and I click on record, and I do not need to click on, because when I click on heap dump and record, it takes all of the historic operations into account. whatever screens you have visited, how much memory it has consumed till now. And then over here, information organized in the memory profiler is relatively simple compared to CPU profiler. And CPU profiler, sometimes it gets overwhelming if you don't know how to navigate around it. But over here, it's pretty much straightforward. The dropdown over says view app heap, all heaps, Zygote heap. Zygote heap is everything related to Linux terminals, like, Linux kernels, the underlying operating system stuff. That can get quite complicated, but for the purpose of this talk, we would be just looking into the app heap or the amount of memory which is being consumed by our app or the Firefox app. So I'm going to select view app heap. Over here, you can see it's show all classes, show project classes, and activity or fragment leaks. Show all classes is going to show you the default classes, which is part of the Android framework library. You can see android.view, android.widget, and that is taken care by the operating system itself. For if you were to memory your piece of code is, then you're gonna go ahead and select. And yeah, has it loaded? Yeah. And then you can see by default, all the classes in this project or this particular app has been arranged as per the retent. Now there's a concept called shallow size, and there's a concept called retent size. A shallow size is the size of the object itself, a browser cache, or like a home activity, root linear layout, or crash content view. A retent size is of the object itself as plus the object which is getting retained inside. If browser is holding reference to, let's say, X object, or Y object, or Z object, so browser cache plus X plus Y plus Z, that gives us the retent size. Now, having these kind of visualizations in the app makes sense in analyzing, like, oh, how does the memory allocation in my app looks like, and is there a chance of like potential out of memory errors? Should I be concerned about fixing any of those? And navigating to individual files over here. So if I on a particular class name, it is going to give us detailed information over here. So depth signifies like what level of that object in the heap. If the depth is like too deep, it should not be like immediately concerning to you, but you should be keeping an eye out, because in case of garbage collection, all of the nodes which have like higher level of depth are more prone for memory leaks. If it were like upper level depths or something, then the prone for memory leaks is particularly low. Now, navigating around the code base from here is pretty easy. Like right click or double click and then click. It will take you to that particular file over here. I wish I could show you a memory leak in this app, but the Firefox team is like really active and they fix their memory leaks like almost every day. So I would recommend, like, if any of you are interested, like how a memory leak looks like, you can search for directly Phoenix memory leaks and probably throw in a term like GitHub. And then in the issue page, you can see what was the exact. So there was one of those issues which occurred back in July, memory leak when navigating into recently closed tabs. And yeah, and they fix it. Like they fix it in probably a day or two. They have a really good team.
I have a question.
Yeah, go on.
That's a very good point you brought up, and I was wondering, sometimes I used to work for a company where we were building air, and we had so many memory leaks based on third parties, and I'm wondering, is there a way, like, you can solve those problems that the third party memory leaks, like how do they navigate that if you know of any? Because it really bothered us, because you cannot fix it, their library, but there are memory leaks that are affecting us.
Yeah, that's a good point. Even I have been there where like third-party libraries have memory leaks and everything. So what we do, we generally reach out to the team, but that also is like, it's like kind of a gamble. If the third-party library is being developed by a team like Square or something, they take immediate action. But the other thing what we have done is we start definitely putting together like a small team, which would be building something like in-house alternative to that particular third-party library. Yeah. I hope there was a better approach, but that's not.
It was
Yeah.
simple.
I know. Yeah. Yeah. Yes, I think, yeah, those were all the slides. And that is what I wanted to present.
Cool.
Thank you.
Yeah, an old school way of handling it is to like null it out. Anything that you instantiate from the library, you kind of clear it manually, null it out. But well, I mean, if it's across, it's just an old school way of.
There's a question in the Q&A section, Sagar. If you like me, or if you can check it out from Corner. Jetpack Compose has one activity and many functions as Compose UI. How can we understand which Compose functions is the reason of the memory leak?
Resource constraints like a mobile phone, then sometimes you want to actively assist the memory management system. So, you were saying?
Oh, nothing that added to this particular subject. My brain was just kind of running with stuff from the talk in general. Sorry, that's why I cut myself off, as I realized it wasn't a good timing to start a second thread of conversation.
Right, and I think we're kind of at time. We're going to start the next session at 11:30, so good timing. Guess who's up next?
Madona. Madona. I think we take like 10 minutes break.
Yeah. And hopefully we'll have some more coffee or.
Yeah, I'll help Madona set up her laptop.
That was a great talk. You made it look fun. And now I even want to go do it.
Sagar, can you hear us? There is a question in the Q&A section.
I still play a healthy amount.
Sagar.
I'm talking in excess of 300 mods. So I've been through the just like text-based version of both of these recently.
Sagar is going to join in a minute.
Yeah.
Hello. Can you hear my voice?
You want to test the audio?
Hello.
Okay, did you hear? Okay, let's try it again.
Hello.
No,
I said hello. Testing, testing.
There it is.
Yeah.
Look.
So it's audible. Testing.
Yeah, good.
Okay.
Madonna, can you share your screen and I unshare mine?
Yeah, sure. Share your screen. Do you see it? Oh, yeah, there. Do you see it, Linda? Hey,
Yes,
Linda.
we can hear you and we can see your screen, Madonna. Thank you.
Okay, cool. Do I need to stop sharing now? Oh. Linda, you disappeared.
Yes, we can see it and we can hear you and everything is okay in your side. Yeah, you can share now. Everything should be okay.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
she needs to give you either. Give me 1 second. Sorry about that.
That's okay. I'm wondering what happened. Do I need to refresh it? Maybe the browser had
No, you're
an
good.
issue.
It's just host and.
Oh, yeah,
Okay, there it is now.
Now she should be able. I unshared my screen.
Oh, it's when she was.
She was sharing that
okay.
you couldn't.
Now you should be able, Madonna, to share
now.
your screen.
Cool.
And please share in presenter mode because the slides are very small.
Definitely, I'll do that. But I also want to see if I can move this. Do you see it?
Just click here. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah,
So
we can see now the slides, Madonna. You are all set.
There we go.
Okay, cool. Getting set up, but still it doesn't go full screen over there. Weird. Roman, do you want to help? I wanted to go full screen over there, but it doesn't. Oh, you can?
Can you do?
Can you do that thing over there on the side? That thing over there.
This?
No. Up again. There.
Yeah,
Oh,
there you go.
thank you. Phew. But now can I move next?
Go move the mouse. Yeah. Sorry.
I have to be on the.
No, there you go. I think now you
Okay.
can. Nice.
Okay. Well,
Very cool.
so we can give a few more minutes.
No, I think you're good.
Oh, we're good
You
to
can start
start?
right away. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining me today, and also all of us here. So today I'll be talking about the advantages of espresso tests, automation, how and why. And also before that, I think if you were here for Sagar's talk, that was a very great talk. If you missed it, please make sure you watch it online later. It was about profilers, something that we all definitely want to deal with in the future, or check in the future. So yeah, I learned a lot. So I think our agenda today is going to be what is UI testing, Android UI testing automation, flakiness, which is something that we all deal with a lot when we are dealing with the UI test. And then I'll talk about the UI Automator APIs. And then I'll talk about popular Android UI testing tools that we use. And then because we're talking about testing, I wanted to also touch a little bit on unit testing, just app. Because I do know something that I realize is that most companies don't actually, I might be wrong about this, but most companies don't actually write like UI tests. Many concentrate more on unit tests because they make more sense. Because UI tests, like I've said, the flakiness issue is pretty big. It's pretty bothersome. And also, how about build time? Like if you're running UI tests and you're running unit tests, and either you're not scheduling them to run on a specific date, it might take forever to get that PR approved, especially if it's on a Friday. You know what I mean? Might be sitting there, you're like, I want to merge this, and then you merge, and then there's a problem. So definitely there's a lot of issue with that. However, I've used Bitrise, which lets you schedule. And I remember in my previous company, I did spearhead that scheduling, where you can schedule your UI test to run on a particular date. It's not proof safe, because sometimes people will merge broken tests, because we all forget, right? But if it's scheduled, because it cannot run until the date it's scheduled. And we definitely used to run on the main branch. So that will be, oh, wait, we merged some failed tests because all of a sudden now, but we're trying to remove the bottleneck of us waiting for so long for this particular thing to build. And people want to move the work, if it's pretty needed, pretty quick, and make sure you move fast. And then we'll talk about some CI/CD tools and then conclusion. Oh, you're fine. So about me, I am an Android engineer. I've been doing this from 2014. And I think somebody did mention earlier that they've touched Android on Eclipse. I thought that was very funny. How many of us have done that using the Eclipse IDE? Okay, we have new people, which is awesome. At least you did feel the pain. So the Eclipse IDE, it's actually, if I'm not very confused, it's open source. And it was the first one before we had Android Studio, which is more stable now. But I mean, I wouldn't say anything bad about it because it really helped us back in the days. I'm also authoring a book. I'll talk about the book later. It's on modern Android 13. And then I'm also a Mintic Mix ambassador. There's more to that too. I just didn't want to add all the things that I do. Okay.
Let's have a big round of applause.
Thank you. Okay. So what is UI testing, right? So this is one of the main questions that we ask ourselves. And in a pretty high, just maybe high level definition, it's just when you write tests to verify your UI is supposed to work the way it should work, right? For instance, we have a lot of use cases where you have two buttons and then you have, no, let me use just one button and you have, let's say, a login space, and then let's say you're taking a username and you're taking in a password. So when you're writing a UI test, you're definitely just verifying that whenever a user enters those particular things and clicks on the button, it responds the way it should respond, right? So sometimes you might be wondering, why are they even important to think about UI testing? And that's what we will be looking into, and definitely talk about why it's important. So UI testing, in every aspect of code we write today, you can argue that UI testing is not very important, and other people can argue unit tests are very much important. But I barely dwell in this particular argument because I'm always like, what? Look, it's also part of code, and we definitely do need to test it. And this is how we can actually verify that our application is working as expected and hitting the target that we need. Now, there are different approaches to UI testing. Definitely there is the manual and automated. When I talk about the manual, this is just me taking my phone, going through, like we've written the software, we have the software, we're running on our app, and I'm there just typing like, okay, verifying, okay, yeah, I can enter a user, I can enter, a password, and I can click the button and it definitely goes through. The only problem with this though, is that it's time consuming, it is not safe, and I mean, how many people can you get to do manual testing? I mean, we do have maybe the QA team that might use a couple of source labs that maybe we've not written any code for that, but how safe it is? How safe is it? So it's not very safe. Now, automated testing, however, does offer a lot of benefits. Benefits number one being you can schedule it. You can definitely have the back end do this work for you. You can definitely, it's very proof safe, and it actually saves a lot of resources. And also, sure.
Also, I think it might not be exhaustive if you do it manually, right?
Yeah, it's not exhaustive when you do it manually too, because you just tested a few things and you moved past it. And I remember back in the day, there was a company that was hiring me and was wanted to hire me in Florida. They told me they don't write any UI tests, and I was like, okay, it's not bad, but how do you verify that your application is doing the functionality it should be doing? But like you mentioned, it's not very exhaustive. But automated testing definitely does help a lot. And something that we as Android developers sometimes we don't talk about is how we can actually drive this particular, like, let me call it, approach where we are actually pioneers of good testing and actually even writing automated testing itself. I know it's tedious because it's like you're being the QA here, which can be pretty tough. But there are ways where you can definitely trigger the code to help in automated testing and make your code base even better. Because if it's secure in a way that you don't keep getting bugs or it doesn't keep crashing, I mean, it's safe for you, right? And it's also a big advantage to us as developers.
There's also an online question from Jews Almighty. He asks, thought on Maestro, should newcomers start with espresso?
Good question. So I think I would say definitely yes, because I think that is the most powerful one that's being used. And I would definitely recommend starting with the espresso, because I feel like, especially for Android too, that is the most used, and that is what most of us know about. So I would say, yeah, espresso. Cool. Now, human testing, like I've talked about the manual testing, so that's the human testing. And then now, let's talk about Android UI test automation. And here, like I'd mentioned, why automation? And as if you had, there's a lot of benefits that you can actually get from writing an automated test. And there is a great doc that I linked. I cannot see my, I wish I, because I linked a doc on my speaker note to showcase a big, let me see if I have it on my next slide. Oh yeah. Oh, it's not moving. Oh, there we go. Cool. I was like, wait a minute, maybe I didn't have it. Now, the pros are here. So automated software testing can increase the depth and scope of tests to help improve software quality. Lengthy tests that are often avoided during manual testing can be run unattended. Automated software testing can look inside an application and see memory content, data tables, file content, and internal program states to determine if the product is behaving as expected. I mean, if you compare this to the manual testing. Now, test automation can easily execute thousands of different complex test cases during every test run, providing coverage that is impossible with manual tests. So these are some of the pros that I thought about and why automation testing is pretty cool. And the scope. So as you can see here, there is a scope where we have integration testing, unit tests, and then end-to-end tests. If you're an Android engineer, because mostly this talk was catered for Android engineers, you know that we have the Android test package. When you open your Android IDE, we have the Android test package where is the UI tests go, and then we have where the unit tests go to the tests. I think it's called the test Android, where we write the unit test. Now, when we talk about the end-to-end, also I did link up a pretty good doc at the end where you can read more about end-to-end testing and integration tests, and also more about unit tests and what you should always look in scoping in your app. Yeah, the unit test suite, basically, so when I talk about UI testing suites, this is where, what are you scoping and what are you trying to test in your application? So this is the functionality, like I mentioned, you want to make sure that your application functions as it should, and also you want to make sure that the performance of your application is as expected, and also you want to make sure that the usability is as you plan it to be, and then also you want to make sure that the visual design is definitely as expected, and finally you want to make sure that you test accessibility. And this is also a big topic by itself, where now you can actually automate accessibility, which actually reduces a lot of time from us as developers. Because as you know very well, if you're testing accessibility, you definitely need to walk step by step, like enabling accessibility and then being able to tap on those particular functions and making sure that your app is accessible. Because this is one of the things that as a developer, we need to be aware when we're developing our apps these days, that we have to make sure that we support accessibility. So this is also a big topic that I would like to mention, that yes, when you're writing UI tests or automating your tests, make sure you have in mind accessibility and make sure that you automate that too. And it actually makes work easier, because I tried doing it manually. It was not easy. How many of us here have tried? I don't know if anybody has tried. How hard it was to just navigate. Yes. But it's very important to test it, because we need to make sure that we are being accessible. Now, so here I talked about test cases, and here I wanted to just show this particular pyramid on how the user actions, for instance, end-to-end is. And this can vary. Let's say start to finish, say logging into your account, accessing your profile and more, and maybe navigation, right? You want to make sure you test those particular functions. Now, progress bar, I mean, you have to make sure that your progress bar works as expected. And, a good example includes, a progress bar that is test verifies that the correct state is sent to the screen. Now, the data and field length. So this is ensuring that the correct data type is entered. For instance, integer instead of string. Also validate the field length and ensuring that users don't enter many characters. And I have a very funny story on this one. So I wrote an app, Budgeting Buddy, and It now has over 10,000 downloads. But the funny part is that I didn't write any UI tests. I know I was terrible in that. But my app kept crashing. And I kept seeing the logs on my Play Store. And I kept wondering, okay, what is this crash? And when I looked at it, people were entering like a very lengthy int, like, I don't know if people are trying to just crash my app, trying to check if it's whether it's. So I realized, wait, I actually didn't test that we should only have a particular int in this section, in this edit text. So people would enter, whoa, and then yeah.
Can you just explain like what kind of use case, like what kind of data are users were entering?
An integer.
Yeah, but like for what purpose?
Yeah, so the idea was to enter a budget.
Okay.
And they were entering, let's say, the budget amount, which is maybe, let's say, you would say $10, but then somebody would enter maybe $1 million. Yeah, so it's a long number.
Right.
And then it would crash the app.
Right.
Yes. So those are things that you need to be aware of. Also, it can happen where you're also having like a string and people are entering, like, let's say, their name. If you don't cap it to a particular length, they can go all the way, and then that will definitely crash your app. Yeah.
One of the requests from the online community is whenever someone is asking a question from this room, it would be great if you can repeat it because the microphone is not catching the balance.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Yes. Okay. Do you want to ask a question again?
Yeah. I hope it's catching.
Oh, come closer. Oh, you can also come closer.
Okay. I'll just come over there.
Yeah. It feels like it's a classroom. I like when it's, you can ask over here. And also come to the camera. Yeah.
Yeah.
You can ask a question.
Yeah. So my question was like, what was the exact thing which was crashing the application? Like what kind of data users were entering?
Yes, and I answered the question by saying it was a budget app, and users were entering the budget amount. Whereas let's say if it's $10, they were entering $10, and then they would, instead of putting $10, they would put like, let's say 1 million, and they would go all the way, and then my app would crash. And I had to go back and test that particular case, and then that stopped the crash. So just want to be aware that those are some of the test cases that you should always make sure that you capture early in advance in your application when you're building them. Now, frameworks that provides API for writing UI tests. And here I just want to mention, I wanted to mention a couple, and that is one, we have, like we mentioned, the espresso testing framework. We do have the Jetpack Compose testing APIs. How many of us here have heard about Jetpack Compose? Cool. And how many of us here have tried actually writing tests in Jetpack Compose? Can I ask, you can come to the mic. I wanted to just ask, how have you found it so far? Because my experience is that I think writing tests for Compose has been made so much easier and simpler, and it's much understandable. So some of the concepts here might not apply if you're using the latest Jetpack Compose, but I wanted to cater for the people that are using a lot of, we still live in a legacy world where we have a lot of legacy code. So if you might be employed today, you might not even be working on a new feature. You might be maintaining the old code base because nobody wants to go back there and break what is already working. I doubt that's going to happen. So do you want to tell us your experience?
Oh, yeah, for sure. I completely agree with whatever you have talked about Jetpack Compose. I feel like Google has done a really good job in breaking out the consistencies and developing a layout and measuring how functional validation can be applied to all of those layout rules, especially like the semantics tree in Compose and everything. And that's the whole, like I would say, the fundamental of writing a Jetpack Compose UI test. So yeah, I definitely resonate with whatever you have said.
Exactly. And then I wanted to mention the UI Automator. How many of us here, this is something that even I myself, I didn't know about the UI Automator until I joined my company, and then we started talking more about automated tests. But I want to ask, how many of us here have experience with UI Automators? Exactly.
Can you explain a little bit what is a UI Automator?
Yeah, I'll get there.
Oh,
yeah. No, you're fine. How many of us here have heard about RoboElectric? Few of us. Some of us have definitely used it. Sometimes I know there's a lot of conversation about using RoboElectric, but I will not get to that one today because it's a topic by itself. Now, so here, sorry, let me go back to so here, as you can see, I had a graph too about instrumented versus a local test. And I want to talk about, let's say, an espresso sample test validation. And here I wanted us to just walk through, for instance, the code of how
a sample validation of espresso would look like. And as you can see here, we have a code where we are saying a start progress bar is shown when it's loading. And wait, I think this is, let me go back, because that's a compose one. Let me see. Okay, so that's definitely a compose test, as you can see it. That's how they are easy today, where you can just definitely get a compose test rule, and then you set content, and then you have your content that you want. And if you're passing any state, you can check if it's loading is true, you verify that it's definitely displayed. There is more that you can do with this. This is just an example of what you can do and how the code looks like, for instance. Now, an XML validation code, this is for if you're still using XML, you might have seen this before, where we have, let's say, on view, you perform the text, and then you put whatever you want to put, let's say the input password, and then in the login, you perform click, and then you can have a wait until gone progress bar, and then for handling your maybe idling resources, and then definitely when it's successful, you do as displayed. And I chose the simple examples because I know these ones are easier to resonate with, because I know the tests can get pretty complicated. But one thing that I've learned, and I also heard this from a distinguished engineer, and I do know sometimes in coding in Android, there's a lot of debate where you have to write your tests such that they cover a small part so that they're easily and manageable. And like if somebody comes into your workplace today and they took your role, it will be easy for them to understand, okay, this test was actually tested this part. And like having a very big, lengthy, particular block of tests that testing so many things such that it's so confusing. And then when you go change that particular code, it breaks the entire thing. Yeah. So breaking your code, and that's what I've been practicing so far, like making sure that the test just covers a small portion and where necessary. Now, I do have another one here. I know most of us definitely, I don't know, I've worked with RX myself. In my previous company, we had a lot of it was very painful. I'm not going to lie. RX is very, very painful for developers. There's a lot of learning curves, but if you've worked with it, this can be a sample of how you can emit something when you, here I was trying to test, I was given an example of disconnecting state when with the registered user. And I gave an example of how you can actually time out, await, and assert the value. And like I said, RX is a pretty heavy learning curve, and definitely you would need to get to the ins and out of testing in RX. Now, again, in RX, there's the use test method to get a test observer. You can make assertions on, let's say, await completion, assert count of value emitted, assert sequence and item expected, assert a timeout, did not, assert an expected error was raised. So just simple examples of what you can leverage when you're testing in RX. Now, there's definitely a lot of setup that goes behind, and that is, for instance, you can see this particular class. We do have
is the camera turned on?
Yeah, the camera is on here. Oh wait, is it?
Yeah, click on the arrow over here.
No, that's the stop share. Oh, this one. Yeah. Okay.
Oh, can you click the?
Oh, the webcam. It's not showing. Is it showing now?
I don't think so.
Maybe it's a technical issue.
That's fine. We can go ahead. Yeah, technical issues.
Yeah, because I mean it's on, right?
Mm-hmm.
And this one here is on. It's better.
Yeah.
Sometimes it adds up. Okay. Cool. So I was giving an example. If you've written tests, definitely you need to make sure that you do the setup, and the setup can actually vary based on what you're trying to target. And as you can see in this particular class, I had a screen.
Yes, we can see your slides, Madonna.
Not camera.
Oh, and camera. Can you see the camera? No, she's not responding. Okay, but we can continue. This is a simple test setup. And I wanted to actually...
No, the camera, we cannot see it. No, we cannot see your camera.
Okay. I don't know how to troubleshoot that. Just give us one moment.
You can use a default cam, the FaceTime HD camera.
Do you think maybe it's the mirroring? Let me check. Let's see. Maybe I need to refresh it. Let me try. Reload.
Yes, we can see it now.
Yeah, it's all sometimes the browser gets hung up. Okay, let me go back to sharing again. And then I need to come here and put full screen right here. There we go. And then I do apologize for that. Oh, am I sharing my screen?
No.
Oh no.
No, it's
sorry.
It's a 10 second.
Okay, but I think I should share it. You can see my screen?
Not yet.
I think it's behind, right?
Oh.
Almost. Okay. Can you see it now? I mean, I can see it on my side.
I can see it in the backstage, but not in the main stage. Oh, okay, okay. There is a delay. Okay.
There's a 10-second delay.
It's not that they don't have a camera person. Yeah. Okay, you can see it now? Okay, we can go on.
Yes, we.
Oh, thank you. I also want to thank you all for your patience. Thank you very much. And also thank you for coming. I definitely appreciate that. Now, so instrumentation and instrumentation registry are low-level APIs, and they're typically used by higher-level test frameworks, and it's generally not recommended for direct use by most tests. But on your free time, what I normally do is I always go in that particular class and dig inside it and just check what it does and what it's about. Now, as you can see there, we have a very simple rule, and rules also, this is something also that I learned the other day that I've never actually done, but our staff engineer actually offered some knowledge. I did realize that you can actually order rules, like you can say this is the first rule, this is the second rule, this is the third rule. Wait, people are shaking their heads. You've done that?
No,
that's cool.
To you.
Oh, okay. Because
Yeah.
I thought that was pretty cool. Because I always thought you can only just define the rules and you can only have just one rule. But definitely you can have different sets of rule where you can say, okay, this is our first rule, and this will be our second rule, and this one will be our third rule. And then the test will definitely know that this is the order of operation that will be executing those particular rules. Now, one thing that I always want to mention too is that take advantage of long names when you're writing your test. And this is just for clarity. Because one thing that I noticed is that sometimes when you're writing tests, it might not be very clear what exactly you're testing. But when you think of it like, okay, when user wants to exit, make sure they can exit without holding data. I mean, if somebody comes into your code base, they'll be like, oh, okay, this one is clear. I mean, because I think there's no to, okay, I don't know what happened.
You can see that, like, hold on, it's a delay.
It's a delay. Oh, something happened to the. Yeah.
Can you click on next?
Huh?
Like if you like to the slide, I can still view it.
You can still see it?
Yeah.
But as we cannot see it there in the room, it looks like this thing crashed.
I think that's an extension of your desktop.
Huh?
Yeah, that might be second screen.
Yeah.
Just go like this.
Yeah, you can reconnect from here.
Yeah, because it looks like that's the one that really it started doing the blue. See? Sorry, everybody. Technical difficulties. Okay. Oh, it's loading.
Yeah.
Okay. I think I need to reshare again. But how do I? When I thought.
So go like this. Maybe you have a different desktop. Just go like this.
Oh, okay. Like this, right? Desktop. Okay.
3 fingers from
Go up top. Maybe you have no. It's only one desktop.
It's only one, right?
Yeah.
That's weird too. Okay. Sorry, everybody online. I'm gonna stop sharing and share again, and just make sure that I have the right thing coming up, because it was there. I don't know why I killed it. Okay.
Yeah, stop sharing.
Yeah, I had to stop because it's not displaying over there. Okay, I'm gonna go here. I'm gonna go slides. I'm gonna go here to slides. I'm gonna share presenter view. I'm gonna come here. Let me see. Yeah, okay, that one brings it there now. But then I think I need to scoop this one out and bring it back here. And then come back here. There we go. And make that bigger. And then here, I talk to myself when I'm doing stuff.
We all do.
Yeah.
We all do? Are you sure?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay, it's having an issue then. Looks like that's the one that has an issue. Oh,
there we go.
Interesting. Okay.
My hands.
Okay, so we're gonna have to go. Bam, 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 bam. Sorry about that, everybody. Okay, so we were here. Okay, so we were here. Taking advantage of long names in Kotlin. Now, I had another example of how you can, let's say, verify navigation. And this is just through, as you can see there, I have this particular launch fragment held container. And this is because mostly if you're using Android and you have, let's say, a fragment, you definitely do need to use, and also to mention, if you're using dependency injection and you're using held in this particular instance, you have to use that. And then you pass in your type as a login, as a fragment. For instance, mine was a login fragment. And then you can create a nav controller and set the nav controller property on the fragment. And then definitely you can navigate. That's just a sample code of how you can. And I added this particular section because somebody had a question about how they can actually do navigation. But also there's great resources out there on how you can write great tests on navigation. Now, I want to talk about flakiness because I don't want us to run out of time. So flakiness is something that we all experience. And as you've noticed here, we click a button, right? And then something is happening, like there's the idling. We are waiting for something to definitely happen. There is where we can get something idling. And we assert success later, right? Once we are done. But how do you handle that? One thing that I wanted to mention is there is this thing of where you can actually await, or you can do. I've seen people do that before. That is, it's called you can run it on a thread, but you can say handler.help .wait, sorry, but that is not highly recommended because sometimes it might cause issues. So for Jetpack Compose, there's a new push to actually use wait until. If most of us here have written tests in Jetpack Compose, and for this particular instance, for instance, the asynchronous nature of mobile application and frameworks, let's say, often makes it challenging to write reliable and repeatable tests. And let's say when you inject an event and the testing framework doesn't understand what exactly you're trying to do, it might be hanging there. So what are the best way to do? I know this is what I said you should not use, but I'm saying you should use it. But like I mentioned, in Jetpack Compose, there's better ways of actually handling this because they actually recommend it, but I've seen a big discussion on that too. But you can actually wait for a few seconds, like click a button, wait a few seconds, and then definitely it will happen. One thing that I also want to mention too is that when you're doing this particular action, you can use the island resources that are already provided for us. I think it's a class that you can use to wait on it. But to be fair, this is a very also interesting topic because it has not solved our problems, because sometimes we have that code there, but sometimes you find that our CI doesn't understand or something just happens and then it was pretty okay, but then all of a sudden it's failing. Like it passes a few days and then all of a sudden now it stopped. So I don't think we have like a great solution yet to how to handle resources. That's what I would say. It's in my opinion, but I have tried the one that we have at Jetpack Compose and so far I've not seen any issues. So if you're writing new UI tests, I would highly recommend if you're writing new features, definitely go with Jetpack Compose because it has proven that it's definitely, I'm not marketing Jetpack Compose, but I think it has made our lives as developer much easier as compared to the old way, which is definitely bringing more issues. Now, I wanted to talk about now the UI automator. I think there's a question about that. And first, let's look at the APIs. Now, the UI automator is a UI testing framework suitable for cross-apps function UI testing across system and installed app. Now, as you can see there, you can write automate tests with the UI automator. That is, distributed best API works with the Android JUnit runner. You can retrieve state information and perform operation on the target device, and APIs that support cross-app UI testing. Now, this by itself is a very big topic, and you will see in sample codes like how you can actually utilize the UI automator. And one advantage of UI automator, it lets you interact with visible elements on a device, regardless of which activity is in focus. It also allows you to perform operations such as like opening the setting menu or the app launching a test device. You can test lookup, you can test lookup like a UI component by using convenient descriptors such as text displayed in that component or its content description. So as you can tell, it definitely does have a lot of advantages. This is just you writing tests and then telling this UI automator, okay, perform all these things for me. Now, so as you can see here, we have a big advantage where you can say, I'm trying to press a hardware key, such as a volume. You press the back, home, or menu button, and then you can take a screenshot of the current window or change the device rotation. You can all get this. Like the UI automator lets you do this. And it does provide this with a class. I think it's called the UI device class that performs the operation on the device, which is super cool. Now, this is a simple example now where we have the following code that shows how you can write a test script that displays the default app launcher in the device. Now let's look at the UI device class. As you can see, it gets an instance and then it uses the instrumentation. And as you see there, we have device.press home. Now you can bring up the default launcher by searching for a UI component that matches the content description for the launcher button. As you can see there, we have a button and that's the UI object. And then you can find the object and then you can use a UI selector and you describe your app. And then what you can do, you can perform a click on the button to load the launcher. Now, I know all this sounds a little bit foreign if you've not used it like in person, like writing the code itself, but I think many of the QA teams definitely do utilize the UI Automator for companies, and that's why I learned about it, because I was like, wait, there's something that actually does this for us, because I've never used it myself. And then I think later on a later slide, I will also showcase the differences between, or the advantages of using UI Automator and actually using Espresso. Now, as you can see here, we also have a cancel button where you get the UI object, and you see in the code there, we are getting the widget, which is the button, and then we have that particular OK button that gets that, and then you can say if OK button.exists and that one exists, you do that. But I'm going to show you another simple code that I had that was very fine. Let's say addition, which is what normally would resonate a lot with us here. Just a simple example, but definitely this code base, I was just trying to show simple examples. So as a best practice, when specifying a selectum, you should use a resource ID if one is assigned to a UI element instead of a text element or a content descriptor. Not all elements have a text element, for instance, like icons in a toolbar. And then when you have text selectors, they can be brittle sometimes, and they can lead to test failures. So making sure that you define the particular function you want to do can be very grateful. Now, something else that I also want to mention is that the UI object itself, it has many things that you can call. You can call click, you can call drag to, set text, you can do swipe left. So there's a lot of documentation on actually what you can leverage on this. And if you notice, they don't look very different to your normal espresso test that we write. It's just that now this one's, they're actually accessing, like they are playing around with the, how can I put it? It's like you're writing a test that will run on this particular device for you and perform all these actions for you. Like you're just sitting there on the background, just waiting for all these things to be done, which is pretty powerful, because then it means, oh, I don't think you might be very secure, but you will feel secure because you're verifying that the things you want to verify, they're taking action and they're working as they should be. No, you get. Now, this is what I wanted to showcase. I think this one is pretty easier to understand. So as you can see there, we have enter an equation. Let's say, for instance, we have 10 plus 6, which will be equals to 10, right? So we can have, so the only problem with this too, I found out that the way we used to say Java had a lot of boilerplate code. I feel like this is the same situation, because as you see, we definitely do have a lot. We need to get the package name and then get the app package, the package you're trying to test. And then we pass in the resource ID. Let's say, for instance, here it's 10 plus 6. And then we definitely also have an equals. We're writing like the entire process and then telling it we assert the verification to be 16, and then that will return true. But it definitely reduces the work, but there's a lot of work to be done. Now, I had to bring this. I got this one when I was doing this particular investigation. I got a lot of resources from Stack Overflow. And here we have a great example of, if you're confused about UI Automator and Espresso, let me now try to unconfuse you. Now, so as you can see there, it says UI Automator and Espresso use the same instrumentation runner. The UI Automator is powerful and has good external OS system integration. E.g. can turn Wi-Fi on and Wi-Fi and off and access other settings during tests, but lacks backward compatibility, as it requires maybe Jelly Beans or higher. Now, Espresso is a bit more lightweight compared to UI Automator and supports 2.2 Froyo and app. It also has a fluent API with powerful Hamcrest integration, making code more readable and extensible. It is newer than UI Automator. As you've noticed, the previous code looked very complicated, right? As compared to Espresso, which looked way more better. But I had not known about UI Automator before, and I'd never used it before. And I imagine you joined a company and found them using that. Why does that keep happening? Is it?
You can reconnect it.
Does it have a timeout?
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. It looks like it has a timeout.
Looks like.
Oh no. Okay. Sorry, everybody. We went through the timeout thing again. I'm going to reshare again. Apologies about that. But that's interesting. Oh, let me see.
Reshare.
Yeah, I thought it should be easier to reshare, right? Okay, so I think we're almost. Okay, I think we're almost done too. Okay, let me. Oh yeah, we're here.
Yeah.
All right.
So I think it's having timeout.
So it's having a timeout. Okay, so now we know it's having a timeout, and we definitely need to be. We definitely need to be careful about the timeout. We didn't know it has a timeout. They should have told us there's a timeout.
Yeah.
So maybe keep clicking on it until it doesn't time out. Because we're almost done.
Yeah.
Okay, so those were the examples I was given. And then now, let's talk about popular Android UI testing tools. So we have a couple, which is the Espresso, like I mentioned. We have the Calabash, if people have heard of Calabash. We have UI Automator. We have the Detox. And we have Monkey or App Crawler. This is also pretty new. I think if you go to the Google.Android, you'll see about Monkey and App Crawler. So one that you can actually try to see if will work well with your company. And then the more popularly most used Espresso, like I've mentioned here, is a famous UI testing framework. It supports Android application from 2.0 onward and requires access to the source code, and also has the white box testing feature, which is pretty cool. And some great advantages of using Espresso is it's fast and reliable. It can test web component, built-in test recorder, active service and team. It does testing in such a way that components are isolated, and this makes other activities and components available to work with. And some disadvantages, it runs only on running one application at a time. Tests can only be for Android. So if you're not an Android person, sorry, test cases are only written in either Java or Kotlin, and deep understanding is required. However, on that section, I wanted to add there is a pretty amazing cheat sheet for that particular section where you can just go and look for Espresso cheat sheet and you'll find great resources. Calabash is one of the open source and free cross-platform UI testing tool. It works efficiently with .NET, Java, Ruby, and other languages. It tests native and hybrid applications. And I wanted to mention this because I know we might have some Flutter devs or React dev or even other devs that actually build Android but use not like Kotlin or Java. Now, let me see. So the Monkey, I did link the doc there where you can find that information. So Monkey is a program that actually runs on your emulator or device and generates pseudo-random streams of user events such as clicks, touch, or gestures, as well as a number of system-level events. You can use the Monkey to stress test application that you're developing in a random yet repeatable manner. So you can actually take advantage of this too. I found it to be pretty interesting. I've not used it myself, but I think it's something that might really be helpful if your company doesn't want to invest more, let's say, in either hiring QA, and you don't want to keep fighting with the bugs, even though I know that is asking so much because you already have so much to fix in Android all the time. And then App Crawler. Let me go back here. App Crawler, just uses App Crawl tool, part of Jetpack actually, to automatically test your app without the need to write or maintain any code. So the crawler runs alongside your app, automatically issuing action like type, swipe, etc. to explore the state space of your app, and a lot more. So if you want to read more about the Monkey and App Crawler, which I think that one is part of Jetpack, it's good to look into it. Now, like I mentioned before in my agenda, it's not good to touch on UI tests without touching a little bit on unit tests, because I think they're also very important to write. And I find them the easiest actually to write and maintain, because maintaining UI tests to me has been very, very difficult, not very easy. But UI tests are pretty important. As you can see here, test small units of code to validate their behavior, promote good design, loose coupling. It avoids fragile code base, promotes sustainable growth of the project. And some guideline, I know there's a lot of controversy over what is fakes and mocks. So some guidelines to strive for are: do not alter global state or reset it if you must, avoid flexibility in other tests, should not communicate with the external system. You can do fakes or mocks, server call especially, because that can overweigh your servers. And then view models. If most of us here definitely have used the MVVM pattern, or if you've not used the MVVM, we know we have the MVI and the MVP. I don't know if anybody uses MVC anymore. Feels like MVC now. Anybody use MVC? No, yeah, it feels like it's done. Yeah. And then, so here, I know that particular bullet point had a lot of discussion about do not test private methods, just public interfaces. Okay, code to an interface. So following I think if you've heard of solid principles, just ensure that you use the interface, because I found actually having the interface is much easier to test, because you just write your code and then you just use the interfaces to write your test, which is way easier to validate. And then unit tests run very fast. If you run a unit test, you can write like 2. We had like 1,000 of them, and then they run with 8 seconds, and I'm so happy. But then the UI test, I don't know.
Yeah, compared to UI test,
yeah. Yeah. And then the CI/CD tools that I've used, I just wanted to mention, definitely we've used Bitrise. There's also CICR, Circle CI, GitHub Action, Travis, Jenkins. So for anybody that I've heard about those. So Bitrise, I felt like I was, what is it called? Like supporting them, but I do love Bitrise so far. I found it to be pretty useful. I know many people are moving to it, but that's what I would say about it there. It's pretty good. It really does help reduce like our time and helps us a lot. And I've given some advantage of it. And I actually talk more about testing on my book. That is my new book that's coming up. It's available to pre-order actually, which is super cool. And that's it. I do apologize for, what is it called? The technical difficulties.
Do we have a time?
Huh?
Do we have a time for Q&A?
Yeah, we do. Yeah. Let me actually check on my side too.
Start with a few warm-up exercises.
No, you're kidding. I think I've been sitting for long. Okay. Okay, let me see. They were answered. Okay. So yeah, now it's open for questions. I know UI testing is, like even Sagar mentioned, not many talks even cater a lot to UI tests, because it's a very broad topic to cover. And there's so much to learn in UI testing, and also the problem, especially the problem with the flakiness is also, I saw a very big article about how we need to start pushing for, idling resources. I don't know how that issue can be handled, but it's definitely a pain, because sometimes we've seen that a couple of times also. Like you run your code and then all of a sudden it's passing locally, but then you push it up there, it's failing all of a sudden, and it's the flakiness really does hurt our time, because it really strains our developers' bandwidth.
We definitely agree that we need more resources on UI testing.
Yeah.
Because I think the backend testing and unit test cases are very much evolved compared to these, and definitely need a lot more work and research into these fields to evolve them and make them at par with the unit test cases and backend test cases that are going on.
Yeah, I mean, I wish they made UI tests as easy as unit tests are.
But good thing is now people are realizing the importance of those, and now it's picking up. So
yeah.
So like earlier I used to know about the automated test. What I used to do is like I used to have the sample data in the text view written over there, and then I used to automate the stuff programmatically. And so my specific question was like I shipped the application like having few 100,000 premium users, especially in security domain. And if you talk about the competitive markets, like in India, like here, like the developed country, they have the good pixels and all the native Android phones. But if it comes to India and all those markets, they have these phones, especially from the Xiaomi or the third-party manufacturer. And let's say, like, I'll just tell you one use case from our application. Like our app, like basically we use the total security suite. So like we needed the admin permission, all the necessary permissions. So what used to actually happen is, if you take the example of Xiaomi device, then giving the permission for the Xiaomi is entirely different. So we had to dig the libraries of the Xiaomis to actually decrease the drop off rates in the application. In case of Mango devices, it's different. In case of Samsung, it is different. So are there any, and we actually tried to automate that process by taking the access of accessibility so that we can save a lot of time. But again, it's not practically possible for every small organization. So like, do you know any kind of set of tools for such diverse set of OEMs we can talk about to automate the UI test on diverse set of OEMs?
That's a very good question, because I feel like something that we don't talk about much is how we have so many devices in Android.
Exactly.
And I feel like the pain point actually comes into where you're developing for, your Samsung will work, a Pixel will work.
Exactly.
But then a different phone, which is actually what is mostly used in the other part of the world, will not work.
Exactly.
So that's a very good point. And to be fair and sincere, I don't think I know the answer to that question, because I've never thought, because I think currently so what I think we've done is our app is limited, let's say, to the US and to the people around here, because it's cannot be used by other people from the US. But you're right, if your app is used by the worldwide community, how do you solve that particular problem? Because it is a problem.
Like it takes a lot of time of developer by manually giving out permission for every install. And if we want to automate, then there is accessibility. But again, accessibility setting, they have those kind of limitations.
It's like I was asking Sagar here about his previous talk, where you're dealing with memory leaks from that part of the library. Like, how do you even fix that to begin with? Because it's their library, you can't go there unless now, like you mentioned, you reach out to them and ask them, hey, you have a memory leak here, do you mind fixing it? And they'll be like, maybe we don't even want to fix it.
The best thing is, if they're open source on completely on GitHub or something like that, then we can actually have some kind of PR, so it will help community.
But most of them, they've locked their stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but that's a very good question. Thank you for answering that. So I would, based on I don't know how Google plans on consolidating that particular kind of like bottlenecks. That is a pain point where we can definitely, but since I'm a GDE, I can bring back that information.
I would love if you can just feed forward my feedback, because
Definitely.
that will solve a lot of developers issues and problems.
Write me that question. I will ping them back. Because that's part of being a GDE. You can, because I have direct contact to the person that handled the GDE, and maybe they can ask the people back there, like, how can we solve this problem?
We have got one last question from online.
Sure. Let me see. Where do you see the questions from?
Q&A.
No, I don't see them here. But you can read it for me.
The mic.
Oh yeah, the mic. Here. Get the mic. Are we online or?
Yeah, we are online.
Oh, okay.
The question is, if we could like to test a compose UI function as automated, how can we do? And which parameters should not be in the function, such as should the function not take view model as parameter, like that?
Can you repeat the question again?
Sure. If we would like to test a compose UI function as automated, how can we do so? And which parameters should be in the functions and which should not be, such as like if view model can be taken as a parameter or some guidelines?
Yeah, so first of all, the view model, I think you will agree with me that view models are better as unit tests. So you can definitely isolate. And that's why the work of the view model is to make unit tests, right? So definitely that's the first part, where make sure that you're not writing view model tests in your Android UI test, like in that class. You don't want to put, because it has its own specific area where it should live. And that's what makes it much easier. And you will notice that when you're writing the view model tests, they run very fast too when they're in the unit test. I've not ever. I don't know if anyone of us have made them as a Android test. Now, for automated test in, for instance, now Jetpack Compose, we've seen that that app crawler. It does say it's part of the Jetpack. I've not played around with it, but I think definitely when you dig deep into that, as you can see, it offers some of the like automation advantages. So definitely I would recommend looking into the app crawler and seeing how the app crawler can benefit you in automating Jetpack Compose stuff. Because if it's part of Jetpack, I believe that's maybe the initial intent for it to be used. So, but please make sure your view models stay to the unit tests, because then it will be long, it will take long again. You don't want to do that. I hope that answered it. Any other question? Or even a discussion or recommendation? Sure, go.
Are there ways in these frameworks to be able to, this is kind of going off your question.
Yeah.
Basically, the accessibility of like devices around the world, right?
Yeah.
They operate at maybe different network speeds, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So when you like, are there ways in these frameworks to like, I don't know, be able to throttle and engage, like, I don't know.
Yeah, that's a very good question too. Yeah. To be fair, I'm not even aware that, because the way I think about it, like you've mentioned, if you have to turn off that setting automatically, that's definitely a pain point by itself, right? Because it means that it won't work there. And based on that itself, I think maybe it's for the Google people to kind of like make sure that this particular framework that they have support all the, the app system, which can be very hard actually when you think about it, because that means working with all the people that develop phones and use the Android OS.
Yeah, so I just like to add one point.
Yeah.
The solution of all these problems are for technically advanced people like the rooted. Like in my case, like I dig deeper into Android, I root all the devices. Like I have till now I have rooted more than like 80 plus devices. So from every manufacturer, once you get the root permission by using expose and a lot of modules, you can automate everything. This is the way I used to like I was able to save a lot of time of developer, because unless if you talk about the common people, a lot of people don't know what is routing or what is getting the super zoo access and like all the magic and all those things. If you are able to get that, then at least in your alpha or beta or your internal releases, you can automate 100% of the stuff.
Yeah. Super cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, routing definitely can help.
Yeah, for the internal.
Yeah.
But again, if you remove the root permission, you have to do the manual testing, because again, it can break a lot of things internally if you talk about the production application.
That's true. Thank you for bringing that experience, because I've not had to deal with but I can imagine the only issue we had was the Note tabs. Our
Galaxy
app,
Note?
the Galaxy Note tabs. Our app was not working there for all of them, which is very weird. But they work on all the other Samsungs.
Oh, like, can I ask another question? Like,
Sure.
did you try on One UI or the previous One UI by the Samsung, the latest one, or the previous models?
That was it was a tab. It was a Samsung Tab A's, and I think different versions.
Yeah, okay.
So they weren't
So
working.
recently they have launched the One UI, and that they have made a little bit better things for the developer, but previously it was not.
Yeah, that one it didn't work. So what we had to do, we had to like manually, like say when we have this particular Samsung Tab A's, and then we had to list all of them.
Right.
That was very hectic. So I had to go like Google all the Samsung Tab A's in the list, and then I had to put them in an if statement. I know that was not clean, but gotta do what we gotta do. Yeah. So thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you.
It was such an honor. I appreciated your time. Yes.
So now it's lunchtime, and we'll be coming back to this room, I'll say after 1 hour or so. So yeah, feel free to hang out.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
In this room, there will be like a community talk. We have got community leaders, Roman and Elizabeth. So we will be addressing questions like, how do you keep that running in the community? What's the drive behind that?
Can you leave your stuff here or?
Yeah.
Okay. So just leave them back.
Yeah. They have a pretty nice office here. Yeah.
My name is Danish. Thank you.
Can you hear me now?
Check, check. Mic check. I
do not have audio. Are you muted?
Yeah, okay.
No, I heard. Like,
What input are you on? Are you on that microphone?
no, it's
No.
Okay, it's back. Yep.
Can you test audio?
That's what we're checking right now.
Ooh la la, we got the video. Working on the audio.
Yep, now I got audio.
Woo, here we go, here we go.
Okay,
Welcome, welcome, welcome.
switch the camera.
Nope, it's good.
You got switched again.
Oh, yes. Run along the way.
All right, that looks like us.
because you're,
I don't know. That's good. We got slides. So here we are. We're talking about the GD communities, the GD star communities.
Do you want to close the door?
And this is the Ask Me Anything panel. And I figured maybe we kick off by introducing ourselves. We are all GDG organizers, and Jin is on top.
Hi, my name is Jin Kim. I am a GDG organizer of GDG Boston Android. What else should we mention now?
He's been doing this a long time.
I've been doing So I mean, I could give you the spiel about how long I've been doing this. So I've been doing various community things since college, and this is my most recent. I'm an Android developer by trade, and I I got a lot of help early on when I was learning Android many years ago from the community. And so I felt like giving back. And so that's how I kind of got involved into the GDG group specifically.
Thank
Your
you.
turn.
Great. So my name is Roman Jacos. You guys know me already by shouting all the instructions today.
Come on.
Shouting all the instructions today. Again, I am a GDG mentor for the Northeast. I am also a Flutter GDE. I am a lead organizer at GDG Lawrence. So yeah, I wear multiple hats. Again, I started just like you guys, attending events. That's what got me motivated into helping others because I wanted those same things for my community. So I just want to say thank you, everybody, for joining this session. Thank you.
My name is Elizabeth Mazias. Call me Beth. I am a Women Tech Makers ambassador. I've been part of the Women Tech Maker program since Megan Smith started it at Google I/O a long time ago in their San Francisco office. And it's grown out, and now we're inviting other communities, not just GDG communities, to be part of the Women Tech Maker programs. We have a few more Women Tech Makers here at the event today, and I would encourage you to meet them and talk to them about how Women Tech Makers profile and spotlight women in tech and their successes. Harsh, your turn.
Okay, fair enough. Hey everyone, I'm Harsh. I'm a master's student at Boston University. I'm doing CS. I'm with the GDSC at BU, and before that I was with the GDSC back in India for 2 years. And so yeah, I'm mostly into the web and into the systems area, so computer networking, Git, databases. That's what I work with. And yeah, I used to do community stuff back in India a lot. I have my own community as well. And yeah, I just enjoy community spaces. So yeah, I'm here to sort of talk to more people and learn from their experiences. So yeah, that's me.
Right, welcome. See if you can find a spot. Yeah. And our facilitator, our panel host is Sagar.
For sure. So yeah, I guess all of us now know the amazing panel sitting over here. We have some few questions lined up for them. The first question being, how can you get involved in the Google developer communities?
That's a GDG question.
So just to give a brief background, so as I said before, I started doing a lot of kind of, I guess you could call community work in college. I graduated in 2006. And back then, so I attended Northeastern University, and there's a pretty strong co-op program. And so there was a disconnect between what was being taught in the class versus what employers were looking for in people's skill set. And so my co-op coordinator and I decided we would create a class and basically just try to get the community or other students who are willing to teach other students to come in and start and start doing lectures. And so that's how I kind of got involved in the whole kind of going out and teaching people in an informal setting initially. And so, many years later, Android came about, and a friend of mine started a Boston Android group, because this was early on in the early days of Android, and it was really hard to figure a lot of stuff out because the Stack Overflow wasn't as fleshed out, the documentation wasn't as fleshed out. So you really just had to go find somebody who had messed around with it, and in order to get whatever you wanted working. And so eventually he stopped being interested in Android. And then I took over the group. So for a long time, the Boston Android group was basically just kind of an independent organization that would put on events, and we try to also like teach, run classes. And we've been doing that for many years. And then finally, I forget when, but like 2015, we kind of officially, the GDG program was expanding. And because we're an Android group, they reached out to us and said, hey, why don't you join the GDG program and sort of get a lot more resources, a lot more funding, a lot more help in setting up events. So yeah, that's kind of how I got involved in GDG specifically. But really, community is a much broader thing. There's a lot of, it doesn't necessarily have to be about necessarily just teaching, but there's a wide variety of like soft skill sets that you get to kind of exercise a lot more. And that's kind of one of the things that I appreciated about it. And so that kind of got me involved initially. And that's how it all started. But most of the time, we're volunteers. We're very informal. If you want to get involved in any Google developer community, just come talk to us. We will
There's a QR code on the screen, and that is a link to the GDG site. And you can find all of the different GDGs. It's a global program. So there are GDGs around the world.
I think we had one question. Yeah, sure. Yeah, of course.
But I wanted to know, how do you balance teaching courses and doing this with, I'm assuming you have a full-time job, you're volunteering here?
Yeah.
That's an excellent question.
So there's a decent amount of overlap. I would say that balancing it, yes, it can be tricky. Events and running these things do take a lot of time and effort, and a lot of reaching out to people and a lot of that stuff. I think number one is have a good team, whether or not that's your own GDG group team. It could also be just people that you know in the community that are willing to sponsor you or provide talks, or just network and get people to kind of help you out in whatever you do. And so that you're not taking the load of, because running an event is its own job. It can easily kind of take things over, and you have to kind of figure out a balance between the two as far as day-to-day stuff is concerned. But you're sharing a lot of the same skills between your professional life and your volunteer life. I don't get to speak as much when I'm at work, in a setting where I'm kind of teaching people or doing that kind of stuff. That doesn't always happen in your professional life. Sometimes you're the learner and not necessarily the teacher.
Yeah.
But this gives you an opportunity to kind of exercise those soft skills. One thing that I know is that a lot of people have a fear of public speaking. I got thrown into it, so I never had that fear kick in. And now I have this ability to go in front of a lot of people and just talk. And I'm finding out that a lot of people have that fear. And so, you get to work on those kind of skills. You get to work on networking and get to see what else is out there beyond your just your company, because it's very easy to get tunnel focused in your particular platform, what your company is doing. But there's a ton of people doing a ton of interesting things. And there's a lot of people out there who also want to help and do community. Somebody just needs to stand up and say, follow me, and then the help will come. So
in terms of balancing the hours, right? The volunteer hours and the professional hours, I think what we do most of the time is have stuff after business hours. So a lot of our meetings are on Saturday. A lot of our meetings are 7 at night or after dinner. So that's one of the ways that our GDGs managing the commitments. And, you know, your work life, you have milestones, you know what's coming. And so as the volunteer, as the organizers, you can make sure you're not going to plan a large event when you have a release date at work, right? So as an organizer, you get to shape the schedule. And as a volunteer, you can pick and choose when you have time free.
What about for curriculum? Because you guys also teach classes, right? Or do you have workshops and things like that?
So code jams are a jam for our GDG, and not all of the Google developer groups do the code jams. Our code jams have been also out of hours. And what we do is we do them weekly. Roman has done a lot of code jams.
Yeah, I can definitely add to that. Yeah, so for those things like workshops and classes, most of the content is actually provided by Google. So we don't have to like spend time creating the content. It's already provided. All we are just is facilitators, and we're there down, on the trenches with the rest of the community, learning together. Another way, again, back into the balance that you were asking. So try to find a good cadence that works for you, but doesn't affect your life around it. Like, you do have a family, you have friends, you have a job that you need to sustain. So find a cadence that works for you. For example, just for me not to get burned out, I said at work, I like to keep it like, keep a good balance. Like, every week or every 2 weeks, we hold an event, do a small session. You want to engage in the community, but don't try to get fired over doing these kind of things. Then that is not worth it. So you want to find something that makes you happy, brings the community together. So you try to find a good balance between work, life, and this type of things. Because again, we don't get paid for this, but we do get the satisfaction of helping other people and learning together.
Yeah, it's rewarding.
Yeah, and one way that work and community stuff kind of mix is when it so a lot of companies kind of when you see a conference schedule, you will see that all these companies are sending out their speakers, and so one of the things that GDG has kind of helped me with is because I've been speaking to groups of smaller groups of people, I can also do conferences. And so when there's a conference that your company might want to have a presence at, they know that you are happy to go in front of like 100 people and confidently, go through a talk. And so they'll come find you and say, hey, you want to help us with this, right? You're a solid developer and can speak.
Yeah,
That's
Harsh is running a community virtually, right? You've been doing separate from the GDG. How about balancing that?
So essentially, we just completed 3 years on the 24th of this month. And it has been pretty challenging in the start because I was the only one doing it. But then I found a few good people who are very active and are willing to do community stuff. So essentially I asked them if they would like to help out and that kind of stuff. So essentially now we are a team of 6 people. So like today we had it right when actually it's going on right now. We have a online event every Saturday. So it's going on right now and I'm not there today. So the team is managing it, that kind of thing. So essentially having people around you who are really helpful that way, it works out that way.
If you build it, they will come kind of thing.
Yeah, sort of. But one point that I wanted to bring out that Jin talked about was essentially how he said, if you want to volunteer or do stuff, just approach people. That's exactly how it worked out because I just attended one of Boston Android's meetups. Russell was there. We just sat for 30-40 minutes and it was a good conversation. I enjoyed it and I was following the group on Slack and suddenly I saw there's a DevFest event happening. I was like, oh, I want to continue my whatever I was doing with communities back in India here as well. So I just messaged her, hey, I've done some of this stuff before. I really enjoy communities and talking to people. So can I help out? She's like, yeah, join as volunteer. So it's just a message. So it's really that easy. That's just what I wanted to point out, that I'm a live example.
We have a question in the...
Sign up and show up. Yeah.
I just had a thought about the actual structure. We touched on this earlier. You said a lot of the curriculums and materials you provided. Is there a good feedback with with Google about if you do a particular event and maybe it seemed like something didn't work, or is there like good structure for providing that kind of feedback as organizers?
Yeah, we have an entire team at Google that is kind of devoted to running these community organizations, and they will kind of relay a lot of messages to the developers of the code labs and whatever else, and make improvements. Yeah, they're always
to scale out. They appoint mentors for each region
Yes,
who will
exactly.
coordinate with the organizers for that region. And what Mikaeri was talking about before is that it isn't just a feedback loop on their curriculum, it's also a feedback loop on their products.
Yeah.
So the GDEs get to meet the product teams. And the women tech makers are always looking for opportunities to highlight the diversity in the community. So there's a lot of ways that this works to feedback into Google, and then other companies will also kind of approach us and participate with us. So before the meltdown at Twitter, we were talking to their team, and we coordinated and had an event that was both Google and Twitter communities coming together. And I as a last note on this point is that there's crossover, right? So I'm a GDG and a WTM. He's a GDE and a GDG. So, once you step up, and you don't have to take responsibility, just showing up and participating. We're always looking for people who want to share their passion and share with the community to do a presentation. We offer an open mic. And I wanted to be sure that we mention that. We're looking to cultivate public speaking skills, not just in ourselves, but in our entire community. And we want not just a group of diverse people showing up, we want diverse technologies being highlighted and shared with the community.
Oh, one more thing about like the material that we use. We also make our own material too, because we know based on what our community feeds back to us, right? And also, yeah, you have to kind of gauge your community. Sometimes some communities have a lot of beginners, and so you're going to gear your content that way. And if Google isn't necessarily providing it, yeah, you might develop your own curriculum, and I've done that before, and it's a really good exercise too, because it kind of reinforces what you know yourself. And there's we are in an industry that has a lot of what is it where you're fake, you feel like you're fake. Imposter syndrome, right? Once you take a look, oh, I know this technology. I'm really good at this. I can teach other people. Then a lot of that kind of goes away. That's because it's all it is. It's just if you can explain it to another person, then you've got a level of mastery over it. So yeah, it's a good confidence builder.
Are we looking at virtual questions too?
Oh,
Maybe
yeah,
we
good
go
point,
to
good
the
point.
next
If not, then we go to the
slide.
next
Yeah,
one.
we can also.
We got a
do have
couple
a
of
virtual
canned
question.
questions.
Oh, sure.
Go ahead.
Shelly asks, do any of you have advice or experience trying to learn both Android or iOS?
Can we put a pin on that, because that may not be community related, but we can get back to that one. Thank you for the question. We'll definitely get back to that one.
Well, thank you for the insightful answer for
Yeah.
the previous question. All right, so the next question from the slide is, are all the women tech maker ambassadors women?
No, actually, not at all. We are just an opportunity for creating more diversity in the community. We have allies, right? So there are a number of GDG who don't have women volunteers on their team, and they want to make sure that women feel welcome when their groups meet. And so they step in and get the additional training and representation of women tech makers into their community. So the QR code this time is for the Women Tech Makers community. It's a link to the ambassador directory. So we have ambassadors all around the world. Women Who Code are a Women Tech Makers program. We have more recently incorporated other diversity leadership and groups into the Women Tech Makers program. So in that sense, it's a little more broad. It's any technology. The content that's prepared is not specific to Google APIs or developer products. There's a lot of other minorities on the team besides women. It's not just men and women, but race and pronouns and identifying are an additional factor. Women Tech Makers does try to have safe spaces that are women only from time to time, but it's not usually a restriction. I just want to be clear that we do try to create spaces for women to meet other women, because you might be at a company and be the only woman in the room. You might be the only engineer that's female on the team. And so meeting other women who do what you do and getting to know them can be a strong support. So Women Tech Makers is kind of open and broad that way. It goes beyond Google Technologies. And I would encourage all of you to take a look at the directory and get to know some of these ambassadors. And you might be surprised at what we can do.
That was fascinating. Yeah, because my wife is a data scientist and she's the only woman engineer in her team. So
It's like that. It's like that. Yeah, we need her on our ambassador team for sure.
All right, moving along. What does it take to become a Google developer expert in any specific product area?
I'll take that one. Again, I like to also refer to this point all the time about like becoming a GDE, a Google developer expert in any product area. So being a Google developer expert, being a GDE is more than a title. Is a way of life. Is because you act like in a very altruistic, selfless way, sharing your knowledge with other people. You need to be an expert in your product area. In my case, for example, Flutter. But you don't need to be the know-it-all. So you can, if you, for example, can, like Jin mentioned earlier, if you can take a topic and you can articulate it in a simpler way so other people can understand it, then that's good enough for you to transmit that knowledge to other people. Also, we don't get paid for this, but we get the satisfaction of, again, being in a circle of other experts, being recognized by your peers. We are not Google employees, but we become kind of like insiders. They tell us, for example, like what's coming in the next product. We kind of become like beta testers for their products. And
everybody asks you if you work for Google.
Yeah, they ask me if I work for Google. If you think, for example, like if GDE is a stepping stone to working at Google, that's not how it is. So let me just summarize it in 4 points. So becoming a GDE is 4 steps. The first one is getting nominated. So you get nominated by either a Googler, a person who works at Google, or a fellow GDE. And that is because you will kind of like get discovered by your contributions to the community. Whether you're talking, a YouTube channel, Medium posts, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Like doing a lot of sharing in the community. That's that. You get discovered. That's the nomination. Then once you get nominated, then it comes like a couple of interviews. Let's say you're discovered. Someone says, "Oh, I like what you're doing. Let's see if you can make it as a GDE." So now you get a community interview. That means it kind of like tests your chops and public speaking, engaging with the community, sharing with other folks, and of course, if you do have what it takes to again engage with the community. That's part 2. Part 3 then is the product area interview. Now a Googler interviews you, not like big old notation stuff or like coding, but exactly, yeah, none of that. It's just if you have the Googliness. Meaning, if you can also be like a Googler, but without the pay, of course. But exactly, or mind the stock options as well. You don't have Sundar Pichai's in a speed dial, no. But at least you can. They test your knowledge in the product area. In my case, Google, Flutter. But for example, like if you can articulate those terms and explain it to other people, that's perfect. But the last point, step number 4, which is the most important one, is maintaining the GDE status. Maintaining the GDE status is not just like, okay, I want to become a GDE and then I'm just going to go home and sit slapping my title to other people. No. Becoming a GDE is a long-term commitment. You have to share with the community. It's not just about the title or me getting a job at Google. It's helping other people, sharing the knowledge, becoming active. If you're not active, they take you out of the program. So if you're in it to get just a title, then this is not for you. If you want to help other people, spread the knowledge, continue nurturing that product area and doing it out of passion and commitment for the community, then this is for you. Let me know. I can give you the list of requirements. And then if you have what it takes to become a GDE, I can nominate you. But don't just ask me to nominate you just for the hell of it. If you do have it, what it takes, I'll nominate you. But don't ask me to nominate you. I can ask you to then become a GDE. So not just so I can give you the nomination. Code. The QR code gives you that information. So I hope that covers a lot. Yes, question?
So you mentioned that your expert area is Flutter.
Correct.
So I was wondering, would you recommend that if we want to eventually become a GDE to just get really good in like one particular resource area rather than trying to understand everything? Because I feel like right now I'm in the area of I'm trying to understand all the Google Cloud resources.
The link there will show you existing GDEs and the different product areas where we have GDEs.
And whatever you're passionate about, you want to become an expert in that area? Yes, of course. You can nurture that and you can become a GDE, but try to do it out of like something that you're really good at, something that you're really passionate about, not just to have a feather on your cap. Like I'm a GDE in cloud, but I hate cloud, but I'm a GDE. No, it's like something that you like, something that you're really good. Why? Because the knowledge that you transmit to others is going to come out organically and normally. Like I do it without efforts and I'm like, oh, let me share about Flutter and all of that because I like it. But I've seen people say like, let me become a GDE in Angular. I hate Angular, but I'm a GDE. I'm a GDE. That's not the main point, but definitely we can refer information and pass it along to you. So
right. It's you do what you love and then organically.
Yes.
So does it have to be a Google product for a GDE or it has to be a Google product?
It has to be a Google product because again, it's Google developer expert.
Yes. Expert. Yeah. So if you're really good at AWS, well,
no, they will have their own program. They have their own program.
Yeah,
every company, a lot of the major companies have their own sort of either DevRel program that you can probably contact. But
Microsoft has the
Microsoft MVP. Yeah.
Yeah, one of the sessions was a Microsoft certified expert that applied to speak here. So, but what we're talking about, that link, that's Google Technologies.
And Google Technologies is pretty broad too. It's not just advertising. I think there's also some business like BI is another section. So but it's just the ones that get the most attention tend to be mobile, web, and machine learning and that kind of stuff. So, but yeah, there's a lot of things you can.
Question.
Do you guys have any insight into areas where you feel that the community is lacking?
That's a good question. That's a good question there.
You mean product areas?
Mobile probably not as Android probably not as much. It's been things that have been around for a long time have their sort of established community, but people do kind of rotate in and out. People aren't GDEs forever. So
I see, for example, a heavy load on, let's say, GDEs like in mobile, web, cloud. I see a geolocation and like what other? There are some areas that there's not that heavy presence on like expertise. But
I would say ads.
Ads is a good.
Those kind of
one. Yes.
Yeah, ads. I don't know too many of them, and I think they're always kind of looking for people that are ad experts or search experts.
Yeah. In addition to the GDE program, there's also certifications, right? So Google Cloud certifications, there's an exam for Android certifications, and those are, online credentials that you will keep with you, that you can, keep track of. I think the Android certification is a one-time thing. Once you have it, you have it. And there's multiple levels of Google Cloud certification, but that's the other room. Okay, that's
the other room.
That's the other room. We're not talking too much about cloud. I think that they are creating new GDE. They're creating new experts in product areas as they emerge. So I think what you'll find is that the market demand will tell you if there's more room for additional GDEs or more demand for GDEs in a specific product area. So the demand on cloud is very high right now, and I think that they are growing the number of experts there. Advertising, I think it's hard to find somebody who's really knowledgeable about digital marketing, and so the demand is there for people to be experts and to have expertise in that area. But it's quicksand. The ground is changing as we're walking on it, and what's more important is to know what you like and to know what you want to do. That is the way forward.
And I guess one thing that at least,
is there anything on machine learning or AI?
Oh yeah,
Yes,
that's
yes.
one of the largest, well-supported. Oh yeah, TensorFlow is. That's all they talk about.
Yeah, there's a GD for that.
So yeah, one thing that I have noticed that is maybe lacking is so a lot of groups, at least at the GDSC level, most groups are catered way towards a lot towards beginners. So what I have noticed till now is at most places is I've been missing slightly more advanced or detailed talks. So a lot of it is getting started with something or building something in something, but a lot of the times some greater level of detail of slightly more advanced talk is sometimes not present, quite a lot of times not present. So that is something that I would sort of like to see more and bring more. So yeah, that's what we've been trying to do. So yeah, that's one place I feel is less looked upon because most events are beginner focused, which is not bad, but just pointing out something that I feel is lacking.
Right on.
Any other questions? Questions in the
there's.
Yeah, that was interesting, and it was really inspiring how Roman defined the word expert. It does not mean you have to know everything, but rather it's all about how you present your understanding. That was really inspiring. All right, let's move on. Oh, we have an online question?
Oh,
cool. What led to Boston having GDGs exclusively for Android and cloud?
Oh, just the size of our communities.
Yeah.
It's just, I mean, it's just,
It's a big city, and when you get across the bridge into Cambridge, where you find MIT and Harvard, you find people coming out of that training and having an interest in continuing to learn and being part of the community. I think another interesting fact about the Boston community is that they're spread out. There's a beltway, a technology beltway, and so Bose is here and they're out in Framingham, and there's a lot of big companies that aren't in Boston Robotics. I got ahead of myself. But Boston Robotics is not actually in Boston, and so there's a very large technology sector here. Boston Android was invited to become a GDG after establishing the Boston Android community independent of the Google Developer Program. I think the Google Cloud Program actually got started by Googlers who were working on cloud, and they wanted to bring it out and evangelize into the community in the early days of Google Cloud. And then it became a volunteer-run organization outside of the Googlers and the Google office. So I think one of the reasons we have these specialized communities is because of the breadth and the depth of our community, whereas in other parts of North America, other parts of the globe, there's the GDG, and it can grow to be pretty big. Agneti was touching on that. There are a lot of communities off the grid or outside of big cities, and they cater to smaller population, and they try to represent and have those diverse topics.
Do any of you have experience teaching classes either in person or leading events in person or virtually outside of the Boston Northeast community? And if so, how does that work?
Yeah, I've done stuff for conferences. I also worked at like a summer camp for teaching people functional programming. Actually, one of the things that you'll notice when you're networking after you've done a couple talks is that other groups from around, especially education groups, they'll come by and say, hey, can you give the same talk to our particular school or whatever? And so you end up kind of running into a lot of those other groups that also want.
Yeah, I started in Silicon Valley, and I used to teach a summer camp in STEM for young women. It was held on a college campus, Santa Clara and Stanford campus. So it was an overnight camp for young women in high school, and the communities aren't that different, outside. I think, in my experience, what was in Silicon Valley is more of the same in a lot of ways, in a lot of respects. At the same time, there, are cultural differences in the tech community there than there are here. The funny thing about Boston is that, the sports teams here are really big, and, it's kind of a topic of conversation, whereas in Silicon Valley, people don't watch TV and don't know about sports, and it's kind of a point of pride among the geeks that they don't know who the 49ers are or what they do. So some of that is, artificial and cultural, but there are some differences, but for the most part, it's standing up in front of other people, explaining technology. A lot of the time it's just the basics, and, trying to open up the community and bring more people in, because there's no shortage of jobs, right? There's all these layoffs, we're having a purge, but there's no shortage of work, and there's just not enough engineers to get the work done. And that's always been one of my motivating factors is I have this app to do. It's a lot of work. I need help. So there's a question in the room.
So we've been doing a lot of talking about like community outreach and networking and the presence of those things within tech. I personally have been involved in a petitioning initiative in the past that was looking at using Flutter to try to build like a full feature like petitioning app that would help people deliver the petitions, get like the PDF to print them out, stuff like that. That ended up falling apart for like legal limitations within the state. Not getting too bogged down into that specifically. But tech just sometimes feels like such a walled garden of so many skills that are so important to so many underserviced communities. How do we try to reach out to them more? Because I feel like it would be great if there was an easier way to network, not even like, obviously rural areas are their own challenge, just networking, communicating at the speeds that we do with the data that we do. In high school, like Google Docs barely loaded, right? But outside of those kinds of limitations, even just creating the networks with those communities and being like, yes, we're here, we know how to make the slides. I feel like there's a lot of potential for just really holistic communication between these two groups.
Right. Well, I hope everybody heard that from the mic online. I'm not sure if I can repeat that question easily, but I do want to lead off. I think you did very well. I did want to lead off answering that with two examples. The first example is GDG Memphis. I'm not going to dive into details about Danny Thompson, but his work in Memphis is amazeballs, and he has done a lot to pull people up by the bootstraps and bring them into the community as someone who has done that for himself. Yeah, and the guy on my left did that too, but he can talk about that. The second example I wanted to share is Code for Boston. So I think once a month on Tuesdays, Code for Boston meets in person in Kendall Square, and they're doing social good coding. They're taking projects for civil projects,
Any
the
non-profit
city.
projects work.
Yeah.
So they're meeting every
Yeah.
alternate Tuesday at
Are
CIC
you going?
Cambridge. Yeah.
He goes.
It's-
That's cool. I moved away.
Yeah, it's been a while since we went.
Yeah, they just started. So they just started in person. So every alternate week they are meeting in person at CIC Cambridge, and the
Kendall
other
Square.
weeks they are in
Yeah.
online. So
Yeah.
and they take up like non-profit projects to
And for the city, and they use public
city or any
data.
non-profit thing works. So they fund that, and it goes on for maybe a year and stuff like that. So it's like a proper sprint cycle and everything like that. They have different projects. Like right now they have a project called Maple, which is into more the lawyer side of things, and another project which is for like sustainable housing and stuff like that. So they're all working on different projects for NGOs and stuff like that.
It's a good way to establish your credibility. I have to mention that. And Roman, did you?
Yeah, I was gonna add to. Okay.
Well, I was just gonna say, unlike the GDG network, also they're part of Code for America, which is a
Code for-
nationwide
yes,
version. Yes, there are chapters locally around the country similar to Code for Boston.
Yeah, and you would be surprised like how even certain communities are eager for like people like us to come into their communities and kind of like bring this type of content. I could tell you again for personal experience, GDG Lawrence came into Lawrence to serve the underrepresented Black and Brown folks in the community, to bring technology closer to them. And the way that we kind of penetrated that community was by breaking the status quo. The always is like, okay, so there's always events in Boston, you know, next to Cambridge, MIT. No, let's go to Lawrence, where there, you know, there's high violence, you know, a lot of high school dropouts. But if you go to a community like that, they will receive it with open arms, because that's what they're eager for. Like those resources are not reaching those communities. We are ambassadors of that. We can make that happen, and we can bridge the gap between, let's say, you know, the tech sector, which again is in need of so many developers out there, and those people who are really eager to learn and embrace and be part of the technology job space and be part of this whole movement. So
Yeah, it is happening.
It is, yes.
It's the answer. We
Yes.
are doing that, and I think once you get the ball rolling, once you sign up and show up, then
Yeah.
you learn about more and more opportunities.
Yeah, if
And
you're-
there's room to grow.
Yeah, if you're looking to help underserved communities, the thing is that usually there's already somebody in that community that is struggling to reach out. One of the most important things that no matter what, you know, we've been kind of talking a lot about logistics and kind of like how to get into it. But the one thing that's most important is just being open as possible. Do not go in with any sort of preconceived notions. Don't walk in saying, let's do this, this, and this. No, they probably already know what it is that they exactly want, and they've been desperately trying to find people to either help or provide them with resources. If you really want to get involved in helping underserved communities, go to that community, see who's doing the tech stuff. I mean, even Boston alone, you go to any sort of underrepresented community. There's somebody there hustling to try and make it work for their community. And
Yeah,
it's
Venture
not easy.
Cafe is here.
Venture Cafe,
in
but yeah,
Boston.
there's a lot of
Venture
stuff.
Cafe, Venture Cafe in Roxbury is kind of awesome. So it's very different from District Hall and Kendall Square Venture Cafe.
Yeah, because
it's homemade food, it's people from the neighborhood, and they're doing a lot for creating startups. So they're looking for entrepreneurs in an underserved community and bringing tech talent and tech resources to that community to cultivate startups and ideas coming out of there organically. So yeah, and this is the tip of the iceberg. But certainly we need more help. There's room for growth. There's room to do more and to bridge that digital divide. So there's influencers. You know, there's definitely a need for more. So maybe GDE isn't your passion. Maybe you don't have a specific product where you want to be a know-it-all, but social good is your thing. I think across the programs, there's room for you. You have a place.
Google has the Solutions Challenge, right? That they partner with UN with like 10 sustainable principles and stuff like that. So that's again social good, right?
Mhm.
So again, if you do good stuff there, they really support your project and that kind of stuff as well. So, yeah.
How are we doing in time? That's what I was just
I
checking.
think we're,
Okay.
yeah,
Okay, good,
we're going to
perfect.
wrap it up.
Maybe we cover
in
question
2:15.
4. Yeah, and then
open it up
let's
for the
then open it up. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Question
let's
4.
take This one question.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the question is, I'm a student. I would like to join a GDSC. Where do I find the club for my school? Can I join another college GDSC?
Look, there's a QR
And the
code
QR
for
code
that.
right there too. Yeah.
Yeah, fair enough. Go for the QR code. But yeah, you can join any college's GDSC. Welcome to GDSC BU as well. We are having different sessions. So be it intro to Linux, be it cross-region resource sharing, which I think most of us struggle with. So we're just trying to bring some of those things that a lot of us struggle with there. So feel free to join any college's GDSC. They're in person. Feel free to come to the college or online, however you wish to attend. Where do you find it? Just look it up. Just Google Developer Student Clubs, and you'll find an entire list. Search something that's close to you. They have a map as well, so that should work out. But yeah, do join GDSCs, although it depends a lot on how much the lead is motivated to hold programs. So it depends, but do go and join GDSCs. They are really help you sort of meet different people, and you get to learn from people who are much more like experienced than you. So yeah.
And the future is bridging the GDSC with the GDG so that students can be connected off campus to companies and technologists who are already in the professional community.
Yeah, because just like today, there are, I was talking to quite a few people who are like, oh, I'm like a C++ developer, done low level programming for so many years. So it's so good to have the opportunity to sort of pick their brains on why do you go with low level programming? What are you doing there? Why low level? What exactly are you doing in there? And stuff like that. What is good in C++? What is not good and stuff like that. So there are so many opportunities to pick their brains. It's not just about the networking, find an internship kind of approach people for LinkedIn and that kind of stuff. It's a really great opportunity to sort of talk to people that way and learn from their experiences, which is what is sort of, which is why I love events like these wherein experienced people come in. So that is sort of the best motivation that I have found and best thing that I found at such events.
But let me tell you something. You guys got it good now. When I was in college, if there was a GDSC, I would have been a GDSC lead. So yeah. you have to be really thankful, and also for you also who are in colleges that if there's a GDSC, join it. Because again, it's a path that opens a lot of doors to again networking, learning a lot of great content, not just from Google, like from anything. But I wish back in college there was like a GDSC, but yeah.
It's also my understanding that GDSC is like a more recent program, so I'm guessing a lot of schools might not have a GDSC.
Right? Currently, they don't.
You can be the GDSC of that
Correct.
school if they don't have one.
Yeah, and for heaven's sake, don't do it for the title.
There you go.
Yeah, because no, I'm seriously saying that because it has happened with me. Because I was a part of a GDSC wherein they take it for the title and then they don't do anything, so you're not benefiting people. Someone else who would have gotten the opportunity to do it, they would have actually taken the lead and taken the effort to put in time there and bring out programs. Right, as he said, it is really about that person who has that quote unquote power to sort of bring out more things to people. So yeah, I think that is something that needs to be addressed.
And it's fairly new since the pandemic, where Google is bridging the different groups. Previously, the groups had kind of operated separately.
Silos.
And since the pandemic, Google's kind of
merging everything.
made a pivot and putting the groups together. And I think it's all volunteers and like-minded people who are passionate about technology. So munging us together is having good results, like an exponential difference in how effective each of the individual groups can be. So yeah, you can Google search it. You can use the The QR codes. I made up the QR codes. Okay, I put them together and put them up there. So.
Why is the logo not correct? I love it.
Why is the logo not correct?
Oh,
I didn't have it. I didn't have it. I was looking. Is there a
GDC traffic question?
I'm guessing so.
Where is the GDSC logo? I have a.
It should be the same GDG logo, I think.
Yeah,
it's
the same one. It's the same GDG.
I used that already. I wasn't going to use the same one twice.
We have a question here, real quick.
So it's basically probably $1 million question because I'm seeing a lot of new grad students over here. There are two questions. First thing is like since it's the market situation of the market is not good right now, like it's a phase. I know we know that it's going to get past and it's going to get better like with time. But right now, like since a lot of us are on H1B or OPT. How would you like tackle this problem being a new grad or being an international student to actually increase the chances of getting the employment, like in terms of internship or anything over here? We just want to know your personal views. And the second question is like, since like I have applied to few positions, like I'm getting with interviews. The one thing that I've observed all over the US is like they basically scan you initially on the DSA, that data structures and algorithm, and the lead code. But the domain knowledge, the experience that you have done, the things that you have done, they come later part. So like because I do have a limited experience on that, like on job search in the US. So like what you would take on that? So first thing is like how would you tackle this problem? And second thing is should we focus only on lead code and let the domain knowledge be side?
I mean, if you want my honest opinion, I don't think this is a problem for us. I think it's a problem for hiring.
It's the industry.
The whole system is kind of rigged in a certain way. You just got to learn how to cheat the system. There are tricks. You know, even at the resume level, they're not looking at a resume with eyes. They're scanning it. Right? So you have to kind of know keywords, those tricks. And yeah, hiring is. We could probably do an entire talk about the ins and outs of hiring.
But also,
yeah, it's
getting a referral, networking, and knowing somebody, and having an established, known employee with a good reputation say that you're a good candidate inside of a company. That's a leg up.
Or just personal referrals will always get you in the door faster than a resume. If you meet the developer at X company that you would really like to work with, get a good rapport, exchange emails. They know a face and a name. That's gonna do miles better than a piece of paper with your name at the top. Yeah, so I'd say I totally agree with Jane. It's a systemic problem, but then you being here in this event today, you're doing the right steps because you're networking.
It's a good thing on your resume to say that you're part of a GDG.
It looks really good.
You're attending conferences, saying that you're doing extracurricular activities around technologies. Yeah.
But yeah, as far as like H1B issues, that's above our pay grade. Sorry.
I just have a question beside him. I could be wrong, but what's the outreach for this program? Like, say, there's two questions part of it. What you guys like the program is doing to reach out to people? Like how, beside the website, what is another resource people are using it? Like, okay, another question it is like, surely we are like, not in case you guys, just saying in journal, we are saying, okay, we are helping community, but how many people are here from the community college here? Versus, I'm just putting out there. I'm not saying against you guys, just saying like how much outreach Google did to provide like, okay, that we have these people from community or community college, I would say, that can connect it to the program.
Sure.
So the GDSC, I think, is reaching out for students. The women tech makers are reaching out for women. The GDEs are reaching out for specific products, and the GDGs are kind of a blanket that covers all of those bases whenever we can. It's a gap, honestly. I've always wondered how we could get into some of the underserved communities and cross that bridge over the digital divide. I think a lot of that is out of our hands.
So like my suggestion onto it, they should have volunteers for those work too. Like if you can like get volunteers, be like, okay, reach out to like we have 18 community college, just saying in journal for Massachusetts. We should have 18 volunteers to reach out to the community college. Could be the first day of the college, last day of the college. And like I don't know about it. I'm just
but no, you
raised knowledge of it.
You raised an amazing point. One thing that I will add to that is I've asked people, do you know what GDG is? People say, I don't know what that is. And also, there's a problem in how we are broadcasting and how we are like getting the message out there to people. But I've also noticed that, for example, me at GDG Lawrence, I went to Northern Essex Community College. I walked in there and then I told them I have something free for you guys. Your students don't have to pay for certifications and I'm going to bring the content. Some of them were even, what's the catch? Like, I won't let you in because you're going to either charge me, there's something going to be going on, you're going to disrupt our system. So it sometimes is a problem with even bureaucracy, even local businesses. It's a shame. We need to like combat, or funding. So we need to combat against that. But the way to do it is just like us, like try to go out there, try to do the lead work that needs to be done. It's a problem, but we're fighting it that way.
People in the community who want to find something like GDG, people who want to know more, they'll find us.
Yes.
It's kind of hard to pull them in, but we try to be as visible as we can.
I think also I think your question actually brings up a good point about the earlier question about balancing work life, because yes, as organizers we're balancing our work life too, but for the people attending, there's also a balance because they are done with the workday and they want to get home, right? Yeah. And so you have to be as compelling as possible to get those people. Maybe you bribe them with free food. That's probably the number one way to get people in, or you give them cups or whatever it is, or T-shirts. But yeah, that you're always going to be fighting against that problem because you need to be compelling enough to get somebody to go to your thing instead of going home. or going to the bar or whatever people do for fun, right? You're competing against that, and you will. And it's a self-selecting group to some degree. The people who are super motivated to come and hear a talk for an hour or two is a very specific group.
We are at time, yes.
We are at time.
We are going to be around.
Reach out, we're circling.
Come bug us. Yeah. Our contact information is all online. Feel free to reach out to any of us for anything, even maybe beyond community in general, anything. We are
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next session, 2:30. Next session, 2:30. Next session is Android EL, the new version of Android Studio. We have a virtual speaker in here next. Do you remember the last cloud session? This is the last cloud session.
From the GDSC and Northeast, you didn't get any results over there?
So I'm interested in coding and all, and I would like to explore the options, but I don't know how to basically do that. I'm looking for coding courses and all.
So how about, for example, like, okay, is there a GDSC at Northeast? Is there? The first thing to do is finding out whether they do have it.
There is a GDSC at Northeast, and I haven't been able to get in touch with them forever. So if I had my phone, I'd be able to find it.
for the next talk? Sagar? Can we start the next talk, or there is a break? What should we do? Can you hear me?
Created in your
I can hear you,
college, and
Linda.
that's it. They make it really easy. Sure. But it has
Are
to
we
come.
ready for the next talk, or there is
You're
a
at
break?
UMass Boston?
There
You can
should
do
be
it.
a
That's
break,
it.
like,
If
but
there's
we
no-
should be ready in like 5 minutes.
Well, we can definitely give you, for example, first, let's connect on LinkedIn.
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
I can.
It's mostly our focus.
Okay.
Yeah. So the
Are we starting right now?
Yeah, just give us like 2 minutes and we'll just
Okay,
start.
we will wait.
Yeah,
Thank you.
just let me know.
Yeah. All right, we are ready.
She's eating, so let her eat foot.
Oh no.
Okay. Oh, it's a virtual.
Wait,
That's-
not
It's
oh,
a
no,
virtual.
no, 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 no. I thought you was gonna be like
It's a
one of the speakers.
Oh no, I'm not.
Okay, okay.
Okay. Just let me know when you're able to see my screen. I'm going to share.
Sweety, we cannot hear you. Can you share your screen in the meantime, please?
I'm going to. Sorry. What was that? Are you able to see my screen? My slide?
Sagar, can you mute yourself? We hear all the background noise. Thank you. Yeah, we can see.
But we don't have an audio connection. Okay. All right. Is it any better now?
Yes, we can see your screen now, and we can hear you.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Let me know
Yeah.
when we need to start. Shall we start now?
Thank you.
Yeah, we can start now.
Awesome. Thanks for coming to our awesome presentation on what's new in Android Studio Electrical. My name is Sweety Bertilla. I work for Comcast as a principal software engineer working on IoT features using MQTT.
Sagar, can you give us okay to
Oh, what was the question again, Linda?
Okay to start.
Yeah, I already gave the okay to start.
Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can. Loud and
Kyle, you want to introduce yourself? Kyle, I can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
I'm not sure why my computer mic's not working. Can you hear me okay now?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Sorry about that. My name's Kyle Lehman. I'm a principal engineer at Comcast. I work on one of our infrastructure squads doing...
Kyle, we cannot hear you.
You can't hear me?
I can hear you.
We can. There's a delay. We can.
Okay. Yeah. So I work on an infrastructure squad. We're kind of our kind of task is just to scale kind of our operation for the many different feature squads that are working on our flagship Xfinity application. So I wanted to kind of give a quick backstory of this talk. I working on an infrastructure squad and kind of tend to do a lot of our updating of some of our utilities and tools and build system and stuff like that. So one of the things that includes in an Android developer's work stream is the Android Gradle plugins and making sure it's compatible with our project, and also that we can use the latest versions. And actually, so I made a mistake once assuming that everybody is always on the latest version or updates when latest versions come out. And I updated our Android Gradle plugin, which required the latest version of Dolphin, and I submitted it for review, got accepted, and merged it, and then an hour later, everybody's like, I can't build because it's complaining. And I got like all these messages saying what happened. And it turns out everybody was still on older versions of Android Studio. And so I got a little bit smarter this next time. And I figured I'd do a little bit of, marketing of it. So I put a post out to our team on our Slack channel and said, hey, here are all the new features. Please check them out. Please update, because I wanted, selfishly was trying to get us to get onto the latest version of the Gradle plugin. So once I put this out, Sweety reached out to me and said, hey, this is a great idea. Let's do a code lab on it, and let's try the new features. And she even said, earlier today that if it wasn't for this, me putting this message, she wouldn't have updated to it. And rightfully so. I think people do tend to be scared too, just because you're doing feature work. As a professional, you're trying to get your day job done, and if you update, who knows what's going to happen? You might get stuck, and then you can't finish what you were going to be tasked with. So we'll hopefully kind of help you balance the idea of why you want to update, and also what you can do to make sure it's going to be a smooth update. But before that, let's get into, I want to talk about the Android Studio version numbering, because it's kind of confusing and it's changed in the recent years. So just wanted to do a quick refresher on that. Can I get next slide, Sweety?
Oh, we cannot see your screen now?
Sweety?
You can't see my screen?
Nope.
I'm still sharing. Okay, let me share again. Yeah. What are you seeing? Are you able to see my screen now?
No.
Nope.
Yes, I can see it.
Yeah.
Refresh your page. We can see your.
You can see it?
Okay, I'm going to share again. Let me know. Are you able to see now?
Yes, we can see it. Yes. Yes.
I think, Linda, I think you can,
Sagar,
but I can't.
Refresh your screen, Sagar. We can see it.
Okay, yeah, let me try refresh.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yep.
All right, sorry. All right, yeah, I can see your screen now.
Cool.
So Android Studio naming versions, version numbering changed in recent years. So I think it started around maybe Arctic Fox, if anybody's familiar with that, about 2021.
Here comes.
You can't hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay. They changed from a versioning numbering where it used to be very tightly coupled between the Android Gradle plugin, which is the actual tools for writing your build scripts and compiling your Android applications, and the Android Studio, which is the IDE. If you aren't aware, Android Studio is based off IntelliJ IDEA, which is another IDE developing tool by JetBrains. And so what their change in this recent years was it got a little bit more complicated in its versioning scheme, but it added, there was reasoning behind that. So since the Android Studio, the IntelliJ IDEA platform, they've tried to align closer with their versions because there would be cheat code. They basically maintain a fork of it, and they pick up features every so often. So if you're running IntelliJ IDEA, you might see newer features before you see them in Android Studio. But so now they're trying to keep a line sooner and kind of make sure which one's version. So take for instance, the old version was 4.3. In the new system, they have this years versus major releases and then patches, and then they also made it fun by adding an animal to as a code name. I suspect that this is something to do with the Android developers being upset that they got the desserts taken away from them for the Android release code name, so they wanted to come up with another fun thing to name. But so that started with Arctic Fox. Then it was Bumblebee. What was after that? Something, I forget what C was. Then Dolphin, and now onto Electric Eel. So Electric Eel, Sweety, you want to go to the next slide? Came out, was announced about, I want to say a month ago or so now, right around the holidays and the new year. And there was a lot of neat features in it. So, that's what we kind of want to dive into, of what's kind of changed and what abilities they have now. So some of the new things is that we're going to talk about is resizable emulators, Crashlytics integration with crash reporting analysis right inside the application, the new Logcat, which has gotten a refresh for the first time since Android Studio was launched, device mirroring, layout validations, compose preview, and then I'm going to get into some what's kind of coming down the pipelines in the next releases of Android Studio, what to look forward to, and a tool to hopefully help you experiment with it without being concerned you're going to screw something up. All right, I'll let Sweety go into the emulators first.
Thank you. Thank you, Kyle. So let's talk about resizable emulator. So when you're building an app and you're trying to run it, you can build an Android phone, right? Then if you want to build the same thing and try it out on a tablet, then again, you have to create a new emulator device and try it on a tablet. So with this cool feature that they have introduced, like you can see the same time how it looks on a phone and unfolded foldable and also in a tablet. For this, you need to download a tiramisu system image. For those who are thinking to eat tiramisu after this, even I'm thinking the same. With that, let's go and see a quick demo on how this works. We play this. So here you can see I have a simple text view and a button. I'm just trying to go and run this. So I'm going to go to the tools and I'm going to create the device manager. Click on the device manager. So here you can go and click on the create device. This is the usual way you do it. And you can see there is something called resizable emulator, which is an experimental phase. So you might see some glitches in it, but it is cool to try it out. So you probably have to download the tiramisu system image if you're not. Since I've already downloaded it, it was pretty quick. So here I'm just going and updating the name for this, and then quickly let's go and run this app. So I have my app. I want to go and run this on this resizable experimental one. So let's quickly go and run this app. So here you can see I can select phone. Let me quickly pause here. So you can see here, right? So when I go and click on that phone icon, I can see I can select phone or unfolded, foldable, or tablet. So that way I can see the same UI in 3 different devices. So when I run here, I can go and see it on, quickly go to the build. So here you can see how it looks like on a phone. So it all looks good. I have a text view and a button. It's all aligned pretty good. I have no problems with it. But now I want to check how it looks on a tablet. And that's where I see my button is not aligned. So this is very helpful for a developer who's developing, and I can immediately see when I'm supporting multiple devices, like I can see how it is looking different on both. One of the thing I noticed is it's a little bit hard to change to unfolded foldable, but when I launch again, it shows in that. It was easy to switch between phone and tablet. With that, let's go talk about Crashlytics. So if you've not heard about Crashlytics, so Crashlytics is one of the feature provided by Firebase. So you might have probably heard of Firebase. It's a software tool that provides a lot of cool features with it, and one of them is Crashlytics. So Crashlytics is the crash reporting tool. So when you have any crashes, or you see some non-fatal errors or ANRs, all those will be collected and passed to the Firebase console, where you can go and see all the crash reports. There is a link I have added for you to go and actually try it out, Firebase Crashlytics, if you're not played around with it. But this has been there already. Then you might ask, what is the difference? Like, it's already there, Crashlytics. What is the difference? Now you can see the crash report in Android Studio in Electric Eel, which is the coolest feature right now we are going to see. So how do I do that? You have to start adding the SDK. So the one way you can do is you can go to Android Studio Tools menu and select Firebase. So if you select Firebase, you'll see a lot of list of features that is supported by Firebase will be there. Go and pick Crashlytics and follow the steps you need to do that. So once you're done that, you should be able to see the report in a bottom panel called App Quality Insights. It should be already available. If you're not able to see it, you can also launch it by going to the View menu, Tools window, and App Quality Insights. So that way also you can reach it. So once you're done that, it will give you the steps, probably how you have to integrate Firebase if you have not integrated Firebase at all, and then what SDK you need to add for Crashlytics. Once you're done that, you can see the reports both in Firebase console, which is already there, and now in Android Studio as well. So it is easier to click on it and launch the activity or the fragment or the compose view which has been crashing. Let's quickly see a demo how I did that. So here I have a very simple app, and I want to see how it works on Crashlytics. So here I am going to the Tools window menu and trying to open the App Quality Insights. I'm already in the tab, kind of, so it is launching that. It says, hey, you're not connected to Firebase at all, because this is a very fresh app. I don't have any Firebase integrated with it. So I click on it. This is going to tell me what I need to do. So you can follow the steps here. It says first thing is you're not connected to Firebase, go ahead and connect it. So I clicked on it. I go and add project. It kind of pulls in what my project name is. That's pretty cool. And I just follow the steps there. I go and continue. And with that, like I accept all the terms and conditions. And then if I go and create a project, you should see that, hey, I'm creating a project, please wait. With that, it finishes up. And once it is done, you should be able to see something on your left. Like now your Android project and Firebase are able to talk to each other. The main thing which helps your Android Studio and Firebase to talk, it will actually give you a JSON file, which will add all the IDs, your app IDs and Firebase IDs, so they can talk to each other. The cool part of me launching from Android Studio to do that, all that is already there in my Android Studio. That was pretty cool. When I went and checked it, my app folder already had that JSON file integrated and done. So once that is done, it will tell you, yes, I'm connected. The second part is you need to add the SDK. So how do I do the SDK? I go click on that button. It will tell me what are the SDK I needed to add. But the other part is it will also ask, do you want to accept the changes? That means it will automatically go and add all the SDK dependencies that's needed for Crashlytics. You do give accept changes, then you would see this, that, hey, you're good to go. It's all done. With that, let's see a demo of how I can crash and see the reports. So I have a simple app here, and it doesn't do anything. It just have a button, and the button is going to crash. So I go click on that button, and it crashes. Now I go to my App Quality Insights tab, and I can see all the report that is there. So I can refresh to get the latest. So here I just did 2 crashes. So it is giving me what is the crash, what is the stack trace of the crash, and where it is crashed. And also it is giving me other details like what are the devices it's being crashed, and how many percentage of these devices are noticing it. You should be seeing a pretty good amount when it's been given. You can also launch the console from here. So I just want to see what's in the console of this. You click on it, it will launch you to the Firebase console, which will give you the same amount of details that you saw there, with some extra details, like usually what you see in the Firebase console. That I felt was pretty cool to see that. With that, if you're seeing a lot of crashes, you would also get an email report. This is what is that. So after a day, I got an email report. Hey, you seem to be seeing an emerging issue that this specific crash has been happening. So when you're integrated, and if you have, like, for in your company, you have like a specific email, so that email will be receiving a report of like saying that there's been a crash that's been happening for many users. You got to fix that immediately. With that, I will give it to Kyle.
Great. So I'm going to talk about the Logcat window now. This is, like I said earlier, this is a major redesign, rethinking about, how to provide power to this tool in a intuitive way, and be more flexible and robust. So some things that they've changed, or the functionality of it and the behavior of it is, one thing is that you can have multiple windows open now, which is really neat. If you want to have got a single pane that's, just filtering on errors, you can do that while you still have the full feed of stats going on. Or if there's a particular event that you're looking for, you don't need to be previously you would sit there and stare at a blank screen while you're filtering for your string, and only when it hit it did you see something come out. So now you could have a single pane for that, and see kind of the rest of the events still going by, or the rest of the logs. They've changed the query logs, like the ability to filter and search using a key value search. So now you can focus in on time, or the tag, or the actual message, where before it was, your search got applied just broadly across it. You can now have negation, where you can say, hey, I don't want to, I want all the results that are not something, and use regular expressions via like a symbol, and then there's logical operators in parentheses, so a lot more powerful. And it can be a little bit intimidating. I even admit that, like, when it first came out, it was in preview in Dolphin, and I always was intrigued by a new and improved version, but it was definitely hard to get used to, because everything the way that it was before was not there for me anymore, and it took some getting used to. But even giving this talk and doing a little bit more research, it made me warm up to it a lot more, because of how much it tries to help you, and we'll see an example of that in a minute. But another thing that was a really big change for me, at least, that I was like, this is so much better than it was, is if you used to disconnect from a device that was on your Logcat, or you had a crash, or you relaunched the application, you would just see all your logs just disappear, and then like the new ones would start, and or it would just be all blended together. Well, now it kind of injects line, like denotion of it, which I'll show in an example in a second. But you can actually see the break between when the old instance stopped and the new instance started. So yeah, Sweety, you want to go to the next slide and we'll look at a demo. So here you'll see the new Logcat, which comes out in the bottom. One thing you'll notice right away is
Sorry.
So yeah, one thing you'll notice when you do a control space, you'll see all the different keys. These are the key value system that you can search by. So right here, I'm doing a search for a tag. and I'm looking for the jank tag, the NIA jank tag. So you can quickly, it actually does autocomplete, and if you notice the numbers next to it, it'll actually tell you how many results it has in real time. So it's constantly filtering and providing you with feedback right in the system. You can name your searches and star them and save them, so you always have your history, which is comes up in this pane as well. But then you can star them and save them, and also have names for them. So these, if you have this really complex string that you're looking for, and it's for this unique scenario that you only look at every so often, you can name it something special and then save it for later. You can change the view. So there's the standard view, which is a little bit noisy, but then you can have a compact view, and then you can actually customize both the compact and the standard view by applying different settings for them. So really more robust than it was before with the options of doing things. And here you can see an example where I'm opening a new tab and renaming it to Logcat Warn and just filtering on the log level warnings. And then you can actually split them and have them side by side. This is on a small screen for demos, but you can think that if you're debugging a situation or you're trying to understand something that's happening on the device, this can be really handy. And let's see. Then we'll go to the next feature. This one's another really great one. So device mirroring is a new feature where it gives you the ability to mirror physical devices. There's a couple tools that already do this. Visor is one that's really popular, or Screen Copy, which is I think that one's from Jenny Motion, and the other one's like a solo or independent developer does Visor. But it's the nice thing about this is it embeds your mirrored device directly into the IDE. So similar to like Sweety demoed with the foldable device that was right in side by side to your code. This embeds your physical screen mirrored on your device. So go ahead to the next slide, Sweety, and we'll see how to set this up. Right now, it's still an experimental feature, so you've got to enable it via the settings. But you can see here, if you go into Tools, there's a new section under the Preferences called Device Mirroring, and you can enable that. And then there's also another feature that's nice, that you can have it turn off the screen when you're mirroring, so your device isn't sitting here. You can't even interact with it on your phone, which is nice. If you don't accidentally touch it here, you can do all your interactions through the screen. Now the device manager will have a new tab where we saw virtual. Now there's a physical tab, and your device that's connected will show up there. And this even works with the Wi-Fi device debugging that was launched a couple of releases ago, where you can debug over a wireless connection. You can break it out, and then it can be a single device. You can do all your interactions with the device by sending it, the stop and volume. So the device doesn't even need to be next to you anymore, which is great. And then, like I said about the other one, this is also really great for when you have devices that have a cracked screen and you don't use anymore. Now it can kind of bring life back into it as being a dedicated test device. All right, and I think that should end this video. Yeah, I think it's just starting over again, Sweety. Now give it back to Sweety.
Thank you, Carl. Oh, that was pretty cool to see the device mirroring. I use Visor, and right now using this device mirroring going to be super easy. With that, let's go to layout validation. So the other cool feature that we were experimenting and cool to see is the layout validation. You can see the visual lens of your views and be able to fix them ahead of time instead of like running on the phone and some QAs coming and reporting it. It's really nice. So how do you launch this? So you can go to the View Tools window. That's View menu on the Android Studio, Tools menu. And then the layout validation. If you want to see the layout and qualifiers, it's where you can see the more detailed information of that. You can also launch it through the problem, layout and qualifiers. Let's see a quick demo of how this works. So here you can see I have a very simple layout, and I am trying to go to the layout validation, and it's giving me how it looks on different devices. So here is a phone, tablet, and also the desktop. So it's giving me all the different devices at how my layout looks like. And that's pretty cool. And also in this app, you could see that I have created 4 different strings here. So because I want to support localization, so I want to see what are the Spanish files and German, and also have Italian files have been added. Let me continue. So now I go here, I can go to the problems panel and I go to the layout and qualifiers. You should see something called layout validation. That's where it's actually giving you what's the problem in visualizing linked. So here it's saying like your button is too large, right? It's too wide. And it's also giving in this right panel, like what is the problem that your button size is recommended size for the width is 320 dB, but you're going beyond that. So it is also giving you that information, which is pretty cool to visualize and immediately fix it. Now you can also go to the top where right now I have selected reference devices. Now I'm going to go and see where OS devices. So I can see the same view when I'm supporting a watch device, how it's going to look like. And here I'm going to pause, and you can see that the view, it's not good at all. I kind of imagined when I built it, it's going to be looking good on all devices, but it's not true. And I can visualize it here before even running it on my watch app. So it is again giving me the button is it's hidden. You cannot see the button, and what is the details here? You can see that, and it's telling you that it's partially hidden. Now let's look at the project logo. This is the other cool feature which I really loved, is that every time when we actually support a lot of languages, and every time it's like QA bringing us up, launching their phone and then going to the settings, changing the local, and then letting us know, hey, this didn't show up properly. But now as a dev, when I'm building it, I can actually see how this text which I gave is been on different locals. So it is giving me all the locals I've supported, and it's also telling me the text has been cut off. It is telling me which language the text has been cut off. So it's telling specifically on German it's cut off. All of that's looking good. German is cut off. So either you have to adjust the text or change the text or change the size for all the devices. I'm sorry, all the languages. You can see here. And then you can also see the colorblind thing. So the other cool feature which I liked as well is this one, where you can see how different colorblind people will notice it. We always have no clues how the background color and the text color are going to match up. There's an app where you can actually enter the background color code and the front text color code to know that. But here I can actually visualize to see it. What if my text color was say green? And you notice that one of the color is actually the button color is green. So that is the person who has that color blindness will have a problem to see the text. So this is a cool way for me to know how my background color and my foreground color should look like. And the last part is the font sizes. So how it's going to look on different devices to know how the font size is looking. So based on that, I can adjust my font for specific devices. That. Let's go to Layout Inspector. So Layout Inspector is something that you can go to use Compose. Most of you probably might be using Android Compose, and Android Compose is fully on Kotlin. You want to see, you build the beauty of the Compose is recomposing. So it not recomposes the whole layout, it only recomposes part of your layout. So for example, if I want to recompose an image based on some mutable state, then I can do that, right? So only that image gets recomposed, not all the views get recomposed. But how do I know how many times that's recomposing? That I can get from the layout inspector. There is a view called component tree. In that tree, I can set up the recomposition counts to actually see, is it recomposing the number of times I'm expected, or it's recomposing some weird amount of times, which I can fix it by just looking at that. And also you can see the 3D view of your live updates using the layer spacing to get how the view is being built. For this demo, I actually picked up a code from this GitHub page. So I have mentioned this GitHub. So if you want to just play around, just get this GitHub code to see how Compose looks like. With that, let's look at a quick demo. So here you can see on the right side, I have the Sunflower app where it's having all this list view. And now I want to see whether how many times they are recomposing and how is the layout built. I am going to go to the layout inspector. So you can go to the top bottom corner, launch the layout inspector, or you can go to our usual tools window menu and launch layout inspector. So here I could see my layout inspector showing up with that information. I'm clicking on the component tree. So I can see each layer from the top level layer to the bottom level layer, how this UI has been built. Looks like originally they used a coordinator layout, then there is a frame layout. Wherever the theme started, it's where it's actually having the compose. And also I can see how many times the text or the sunflower image is recomposed. It's recomposing once, which is good. I don't want it to recompose more than that, which is really nice. And if you go to the right and click on that 3D mode button, you'd be able to launch the 3D view and go click on the layer spacing. And once you move it, it will actually separate and give you this 3D view of what are the different layers of the Compose view are, and even the XML. So you can see from the top to the bottom layer of how it's been built, which is very cool to see that. Let's go to the next one. The Compose preview. So we were talking about Compose preview. Again, if you have used Compose, you should definitely know about Compose preview. XML gives you the design, so you can see how an XML code looks like. But in Compose, you want to see how the layout looks like. You have to give a preview and give information to it. So the new thing they have added in Electric Eel is the live updates. So if you're using Compose Preview, you know that any change you're making, you have to make the change. Then you have to click on the refresh button, which will build and refresh, and then it will show the view. Now I don't even have to do that. I just make the changes and immediately I can see the changes being reflected in the preview, which is so powerful and so useful for developers. Now, apart from that, I also want to see how different devices, the different UI is looking. We did see through emulators, we can launch that, but we can also see through preview. So I can use devices feature to set the ID, to say what are the different devices available, different pixel devices, and I can set them to see how my UI looks like in it. But also I can use spec to create custom dimensions. So custom dimensions mainly I would use to see like how it looks on a phone, how it looks on a tablet, or how it looks on a scrollable device. So what if you have something scrollable and you cannot scroll in a preview? So what you have to do it, you cannot see what the bottom layout will look like. Instead of that, you can set up a custom spec and you can give the height to more DP, extra DP. In that way, you can actually see the bottom layout, how it looks like. Let's look at a quick demo. So here is a view. I have a very simple view. This is what when you create your new project in Compose, you would have this, which has a greeting. It says, "Hello, Android." So now I'm going to go and immediately change the text to DevFest. And you can see on the right panel, it's updating immediately. I didn't have to do any refresh. So I'm also going and play around with the text view, which is inside the function, composable function. And I am going to give some modifier values. I'm going to run it pretty quick so we can see what are the changes I'm making. So I made a background color as blue, and then I changed to cyan, and you can see all that is being getting updated. And also I'm updating the font size, which is also gets updated pretty quick. Yep, they did. Then I want to set some column so I can put a button next to it to see how it looks like. And it shows me how it's looking like. Now I want to see how it's looking on a phone. So I'm going to set some modifiers. And you can see it's looking on the top left. I'm setting some values to put it on the center. I can see all the updates just instantly. All these updates are just instantly showing in it. You can also go and change that. If you don't want it to do it, you can go to the 3 dots on the top and disable live updates. The minute you disable live updates, any changes you're making, you cannot see on the right panel immediately. But you can see on the top, which says you're out of date. Go and refresh. So when I refresh, it takes some time. You can see like it takes a couple of seconds to actually go and change the save to click. But when I was doing the other one, live updates, it was pretty fast. So I really like the live updates feature. And the other one we were talking about, I want to see how it supports on different devices. So you can use in your preview, you can call a device and set ID. And once you set ID, it pre-populates. So you can pick Pixel 5, which is the default one, but you can also change different Pixel devices. I don't know if it shows any Samsung devices. I have only noticed Pixel, but that's a good one to go and research. Here I'm trying different Pixel devices. Then now I want to do custom. So that's where I'm going to use spec. So I will use spec, and here it's also giving me that, hey, you want to try tablet and see how this UI looks like. And once I give that, I see it's updating to show how it is in a tablet. So this way, if I have complex UI, it will be very helpful for me to setting up all these dimensions like width and height. Like I said, if your device is a scrollable device, if you want to see the bottom view, you can just go and adjust the height here and adjust the width and adjust the pixel densities to see how your images are looking like. Go ahead and play with it and let me know how do you feel about this. With that, I will give it to Kyle.
All right, I want to do just a quick note on the Android Gradle plugin updates. One thing I said earlier that is, they still are kind of releasing upgrades to the Android Gradle plugins and their APIs alongside releases of Android Studio. And one of the notable ones is with the latest 7.3. I think it was it was first introduced, and now they're deprecating it in 7.4, and I think it's going to be removed and in 8.0, which will be the next release. But previously, you had to define packages for your application or your library class via an Android manifest, and every application requires an Android manifest. And the package is, uniquely identifies that application. But when you have a multi-module project and you're using Android libraries, or you're releasing an Android library to be consumed by an application, there may be a case where you don't need them. And ours, where we have 20 or so modules in our application, many of the modules have an Android manifest that looks like this, where it solely exists just to define the package. Google has released a new API called the Namespace API, and that's to allow you to basically define the namespace of your module or your application in the Gradle API or the DSL. So it's a lot simpler. You can just, if you have an empty manifest that just has a package, you can delete the whole file now, which is definitely great. That's it really for Android Gradle plugin. There's lots of other kind of under the hood releases, but I want to talk about like what's coming new, like down the pipeline in Android, and what's F and what's G. And so first thing you will see is with the next release, there's going to be a new icon. Not really sure what the reason for changing it, but they're going to be a new icon. And then, as you can see from here, the F is going to be flamingo, and then G will be giraffe. But some things to look forward to. I didn't get into any like demos on this, but just to call out some things I saw that were interesting is themed app icons and dynamic color are coming to the app icon builder and inspector. So you can, if you're using Material 3, where you can Material U, where your application is themed to the user's background and their color scheme that they've set up, you'll see how your app icon will behave to that. Compose tracing, which is pretty neat if you're doing assist tracing and you're trying to understand complex issues with either jank where the screen is lagging, or you're trying to understand recomposition for multiple screens, or as users navigating through your application in a weird scenario and you're using assist trace. The compose tracing will be right there. You'll actually see your composition stack right in the traces. And then the last one that's really interesting is the network inspector traffic interception. So anybody that is familiar with tools like Proxyman or Charles Proxy, we use that a lot in our company where we're intercepting the network traffic. We may be rewriting a header to point at a staging environment, or we might try to reproduce an error that a user has encountered, and so we will mock out the data or intercept it and replace the values to simulate that environment. While that usually needed a third-party tool and this complex setup of setting up a proxy on our device and installing a certificate, Android Studio is building that right into the IDE. The inspector, where you could see the network traffic before, now you have ability to add rules. You can add items to headers. You can rewrite them. A lot of neat features are coming to there. So take a look at that. I think that is coming to Flamingo, or it will be in Flamingo. And then one last thing to call out, Android and Gradle are working on, Android and JetBrains are working on a redesign. We're working closely with JetBrains, working on a redesign of IntelliJ IDEA. And I wanted to give you there's not really any official docs on it, but I saw a designer from Google tweet about it, and then some people talking about how they figured out how to look at it, and thought it might be interesting to anybody that might also want to see. So go ahead and play the video. Now there's a way to bring up a registry where there's a bunch of these toggles, and you'll see right away that it says don't do these changes unless you're told to. But we as developers like to tinker, and there's no reason we should listen to warnings like that. So what you'll see is this is kind of like a sneak preview of what Android Studio is going to look like in the near future. Anybody that's used Visual Studio Code or VS Code, it seems to be like they're taking some design choices from there, going a lot more minimalistic and streamlined, and kind of getting the noise out and getting you down right into the content. So pretty neat. It's easy to switch, but like I said, you might not want to do that in an environment where you're using it every day to day. So I did want to call out one last thing before we conclude, and that's a tool called JetBrains Toolbox. So Sweety, if you go to the next slide. So JetBrains Toolbox, I've noticed this is definitely an underutilized tool. At least members of my team have never heard about it until I suggested it. But it's basically a desktop application that JetBrains puts out that allows you to manage your suite of tools installed on your device or on your machine from them, and it allows you to do things like handle multiple installations across different channels. So Google launches Android Studio, they always are maintaining 3 channels. They have stable, beta, and canary. So right now, stable channel is Electric Eel, beta is Flamingo, and Giraffe is in canary. You can actually have all 3 of these installed side by side, and you can easily maintain that. Well, you could do that before. There was a little bit more manual work if you had to rename them or put them installed like on a Mac. You had to install them in different directories. This handles all that for you. Some other neat features: it allows you to say you upgraded and your project's not working. There's some error with your project. There's an option in the overflow menu to roll back that installation. So if Sweety upgraded to Electric Eel after I told her, hey, there's no problems, she upgraded, all of a sudden she can't compile, she can roll back, and she'll get right back to work where she was on her old installation. So this is really, to help kind of, take away the worries of migration or upgrading and concerns that there might be an issue. And as someone on the team that tries to be a kind of ahead of the curve of like seeking out these problems, I kind of always live on the beta channel as my daily driver. So you know, I want to see what kind of issues we're going to run into and make sure we have a solution for them before the stable release goes out. And then we now have, you know, some developers that updated to it and might be running into issues. So make sure those issues don't exist, or if we can identify them, let everybody know, like, hey, don't update yet because we've got to solve a problem with, you know, some outdated you know, plugin or something that we're using. And then another one thing that was nice about the Android Gradle, I mean the toolbox, is you can maintain, you see like a unified project list. So all the projects that you have opened, kind of like the recent projects in Android Studio, but this is before you even launch Android Studio. You can see and you can star them, so the projects that you open up the most kind of stay and live at the top of that list. So that's pretty neat. And then one last thing, having multiple installations and updating Android Studio, they tend to leave a lot of garbage behind. So I wanted to call out a feature that's probably not very well known that was added, I think, in one of like the last 2 or 3 releases, but an ability to clean up old installations. So Sweety, if you start this, we can see where that is. It should be in the help menu, and it says, it'll look for the ID, unused ID or leftover IDs. So I ran it just today on my machine, or yesterday, and you know, I had a couple installations that's freed up about 10 gigs on my machine. So always good to do that every so often, just to see if there's any leftovers that are holding hostage some storage on your device. And I think that concludes our talk.
Thank
so
you.
Yeah, want to open up to any questions anybody has in the room or online. We'll be happy to answer them.
No questions, but I wanted to say that this was a
Thank
great
you.
presentation,
Let's
and
see.
me personally being fan of all of the
Sagar, I don't know.
Canary and beta
Cannot
builds,
hear
this
you.
made so
Can
much
you hear
sense.
Sagar?
And thank you for talking about JetBrains Toolbox. Even I talk about it in my organization
Sagar, we
sometimes to the
cannot
devs
hear
that
you.
this is a really good way to maintain between stable, beta, and Canary.
Kyle, can you
And
hear
the
him or
new
Sweety?
UI which you showed just now, I just discovered it yesterday in
The delay.
Giraffe.
Yeah, I
Canary
can hear
build
him.
2, they have
There's
made
no
it
delay
easily
here.
accessible from the settings menu, like enable, go to experimental, and then there's a checkbox for new UI, and you can access for that. Yeah, so no
Okay.
need of tinkering around with the
So you don't need to do the
registry.
registry anymore. Okay, yeah, I think if the registry was in the Flamingo was the only way to get it in Flamingo. But yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, it's definitely it's definitely. I'm wondering what release they are going to bring that out in, because it's definitely takes some getting used to, and it almost like they haven't been very public about it yet. So I think it's going to shock some developers. Some will like it, some probably won't. So we'll see. Well, great. Well, I appreciate everybody's time. Thank you so much. Again, my name was Kyle Lehman. If you ever have any Gradle or Android Studio, or want to talk about cool new features, you know, reach out to me. I'm on Twitter. I think it's in the slides, or if it wasn't, or it's on the bio screen on for the conference. And Sweety, do you want to?
Yeah, thanks, Kyle, for co-presenting with me. It's great presenting here. Thanks everyone for attending this. Play around with Android Studio Electric Eel. Try out all the cool features.
Can you guys also share the slides with us?
Sure. Where should I where would you want us to share? Like,
we might. I think one of the problems is it's rather large because of the videos, but we'll have to get it on a maybe we'll put it on Google Drive and then share it, make it shareable that way and put a link in the chat.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Sounds good. Thank you.